Yes, and I do want to again ask that just council members have their videos on for roll call, and then thank you. And I am letting Darren know that we're ready to start letting the attendees in. And Mayor Du Bois, we are now live.
All right, welcome to the council meeting for Tuesday, May 18th. It's the second council meeting in a row. Will the clerk please call the meeting to order?
Yes, of course. Vice Mayor Burt.
Here.
Councilmember Cormack.
Here.
Mayor Du Bois.
Here.
Councilmember Filseth.
Here.
Councilmember Koo.
Here.
Councilmember Stone.
Here.
Councilmember Tanaka. 6 present.
Okay, first item tonight is agenda changes, additions, deletions. We have no changes. Just wanted to note that there's at places memo for item number 5, and there's some questions from council members on the consent item. Okay, so we're starting out tonight with 2 study sessions. These are planning study sessions. We're going to try to keep each one to an hour. Director Late, should we get started on 955 Elma?
Great, thank you. Good evening, Mayor and City Council. I'm going to ask Amy French to present this first item. So Amy, if you don't mind, turn on your camera and sharing your screen.
Should I share my screen? Yes.
The presentation, yeah.
Okay, will do.
Unless you would like me to do that.
Nope. And I've got the, sorry. Is everyone seeing my screen? This is the PDF version?
Yes.
Okay, excellent, thank you. All right. Good evening.
Amy,
yes.
I'm sorry, you're not in
Full screen mode.
Oh.
Go to file.
there we go.
Are we good?
Yes, perfect.
Thank you. Always a little nerve-wracking at the beginning. Good evening. I'm Amy French, Chief Planning Official, and I'm introducing this pre-screening item. It's to rezone a 10,000 square foot site in the south of Forest area to coordinated area plan area with frontage on Alma to create a planned community or planned home zone. This PHZ in concept meets the 2 initial qualifying criteria established by City Council, which are that it provide 20% of the total units as income restricted inclusionary housing, and that it provide more housing units than required for any net new jobs. A little background, some context. It's currently zoned RT or Residential Transition 35. It abuts an RT 35 zoned 1-story building, which was formerly anthropology and now a gym, and an RT 50 zoned property to the left, which is a 1-story office building. And then 2 doors down on Alma, there's an affordable housing development, the PC 4389. Existing on site today is a 1-story, 8,000 square foot office building. It has 4 parking spaces off Alma and about 11 parking spaces off the alley. This PC or PHC would include a 4-story mixed-use building with 36 residential studios, 6,300 square feet of office space, a below-grade parking facility, and 2 surface parking lots. Where the SOFA 2 cap allows a 1.15 FAR for non-PC development, it does allow a 1.5 FAR for PC development. And this project again seeks an FAR of 2.68. Here's an image showing the Alma elevation. There's a ground floor office there and 3 stories above of residential. The stair and elevator go above the 50-foot height that's proposed. And then you see over here, there's a ramp going to the parking. Sorry, I think I'm on the wrong. Okay, so there's, you can see the four parking spaces here that would remain on the Alma side as proposed. And then here is the lane, the alley elevation, and this shows the ramp down to the below grade parking garage on the right and 4 more surface spaces off the alley. This would not increase the number of jobs and would reduce the office floor area that exists currently on the site by a little over 1,700 square feet. Again, 20% inclusionary housing with the option to affordability, and they do request a 30% parking reduction. Here are site plan and floor plan showing the proposal with the 4 spaces on each side at the surface. One of the issues here is that the existing 4 spaces on Alma have a vehicle pedestrian conflict coming into oncoming traffic. So staff has flagged that as an issue. So we don't believe those would be well replaced with a new project. They encroach over the sidewalk. They have hazards as noted. The applicant could propose a request for a 41% parking reduction if they were to eliminate these spaces, or there could be a redesign to maintain the proposed 30% reduction. There is room for additional bicycle parking. Again, this is in the SOFA 2 cap. We have the limitations in the SOFA cap that relate to PCs, which we're calling PHCs now with the preference for housing. And this project would include a text amendment to modify that SOFA document to be consistent with Chapter 1838 of the Municipal Code. So the key considerations here, again, is that it does meet these first 2 criteria for a PHC. There is some discussion that could be had about the parking adjustment, the amount of parking, the floor area ratio, and the fact that it does need a legislative amendment. And that concludes our presentation. We have a recommendation to go ahead and conduct the pre-screening and know that the comments made by council are not binding on the city or the applicant. And I'm going to get out of this unless anybody would like it to remain on the screen.
And does the applicant want to make a presentation?
Yes, I would.
Okay, and you have a presentation?
Yes.
So I believe, is it 10 minutes? Yeah. All right, so you have 10 minutes. You're welcome.
Thank you. I have to wait until somebody else stops sharing and then I can begin. Great. So thank you very much. This should be coming up, and let's just get that to full image. So thank you very much. My name is Heather Young. I'm with Heather Young Architects, and we're representing the property owners in this pre-screening application. Thank you, Amy, for that overview of the project. You shared the majority of information I was going to share, but we do have a few additional things that will be of interest. This image again shows the proposed project in its new context on Alma. And here it is in the larger context. We've put in a 3D of the image. You can see it is along Alma, which is predominantly opposite row of planting, and then the Caltrain corridor. This is at the edge of downtown And as you get closer to downtown, the buildings are increasingly taller and increasingly dense. It is adjacent also to a R1 residential neighborhood, as Amy pointed out. Please note that the closest R1 site is greater than 160 feet away. As Amy mentioned, this is currently zoned RT35, but the adjacent sites going towards downtown are all at 50 feet, and we are cautiously optimistic that you'll agree this is a good location to add both height and density and residential units as part of a mixed-use project. Oops, I apologize. Trying to go backwards here. I apologize. Sorry. So what you're seeing on the bottom here is an image of the site today with a one-story office structure and the existing off Alma surface parking, and an image from Lane A West, also showing the structure with the existing off Lane A parking. This is an image showing the concept design in its context. You're seeing the ground floor office use replacing the existing with a smaller footprint of office, and then 3 floors of residential units above, each floor with 12 micro studios, each studio having a private balcony. The interior units here looking into a central courtyard, and then also a roof terrace that would be shared by the building occupants. The dashed lines that you're seeing on either side of the proposal represent the allowed height that the adjacent parcels could be developed in the future. This is a view also looking towards downtown up Alma. And again, you're seeing the allowable volume of the adjacent parcel that used to be the anthropology building, the parcel towards downtown, and the existing affordable housing PC project further up the street. Here we have the view down Lane A West. You're seeing units that look out towards the east. This is the residential entrance for the project. There's a stair and elevator core off of a common lobby and additional surface spaces off Lane A and the ramp going down to the below grade garage. And this is simply representing, again, the allowed build out of the sites on the other side of Lane A West. This close-up shows you the character of the residential entry. We felt it was important to segregate the office entry on Alma from the residential entry off of Lane A, creating a greater sense of community and privacy for the new residential units. And as you go down, you see the ramp taking you to the basement. As Amy indicated, that ramp takes you down. You have a series of triple stack parking machines as well as additional parking. There are residential storage lockers and bike storage for long-term bicycle use in this area. Up on the ground floor, adjacent to the Alma Street entry, is a bicycle parking area. Adjacent to the residential lobby is another bicycle storage area. You're seeing here the primary entry to the office off of Alma. As was mentioned, over 1,700 square feet of existing office are being proposed to be removed. That removes 5 jobs from the office current load. And when you add the new residential units, it is a net add of 36 plus 5 for a 41 net gain to our housing stock. Each of the floors has 12 of the micro studios, and you can see here how they surround the central open space, the stairs, elevators, and circulation. On the 2 upper floors, you see better the private balconies. The units range from 327 to 407 square feet each. And the roof terrace with the 2 opposite corner stairs and elevator. This portion of the roof terrace would be available for the office tenants, while the remaining outdoor living rooms would be available for the residential tenants. This is a cross section with the building to the left towards downtown. You're seeing the ground floor office, the micro studios, open courtyard, and the basement parking. And this section from Caltrain across Alma, and again, the office, basement parking, courtyard, and units. You're likely wondering what the interior of the micro units looks like. Each unit has a galley kitchen with a full-size refrigerator, induction cooktop, sink, dishwasher, and microwave. There's a full bath with a roll-in shower and a stacked washer dryer. The living space has a sleeper sofa that will be provided as part of the unit, an office adjustable storage unit, and a media wall storage unit, and an outdoor balcony. The view here is from the interior looking out through the main space to the balcony. This is a view of the media wall and the office wall. As you can see, floor to ceiling storage is anticipated for all units. The next image shows how efficient this is. Sliding panels pull back to reveal a media center, closets, and additional storage are on all sides. At the office area here, the desk, the top panel folds up, the bottom panel flips up to provide a desk seat and storage. This is a view from the patio towards the main entry and the kitchen. Here you see the media wall and again, the office storage wall. This is a piece of cabinetry, a coffee table that slides out from the media wall and is replaced at night. Here you have the dining table that's part of the media wall that slides out. The flaps slide up and you have a lovely seating area. The office wall, again, the top flaps comes up, the bottom comes out to form a desk. And there's a storage area above for folding chairs. And this, again, is the view from that space out to the courtyard and the private balcony. Thank you very much for your time. Our hope is that you'll agree that this location is the right place for increased height, increased density, a parking reduction, and an opportunity to offset the housing jobs imbalance by 41 counts. Thank you very much. Please let me know if you have any questions.
Great, thank you for that. We're going to go to the public. Again, we're trying to keep these 2 study sessions to an hour each. So if you'd like to speak on 955 Alma Street, please put up your hand now. And we'll give it a few seconds and then we will stop taking hands. Okay, so based on the volume here, we're going to do 1 minute per speaker. And City Clerk, if you could stop taking hands. It looks like Rebecca Eisenberg's the last speaker.
Yes, thank you. Our first speaker is Laura Beaton, speaking for Alan Aiken, Nielsen Buchanan, Mary Dimmitt, Wolfgang Duriger, Scott Van Doon, John Gleaslin, Michael Hodos, Christian Pease, Carol Scott, Geethan Srikantan. And
I'm sorry,
will be
with 1 minute, let's do 5 minutes for the group.
okay, yes. And Laura, you'll have 5 minutes for public comment. I have muted. If you can unmute yourself, you'll have 5 minutes.
Great, thank you. Can you hear me? And I don't know how to start video here, but I guess you can look at my work photo. Anyway, hi, good evening. My name is Laura Beaton, and I am speaking on behalf of a group of neighbors who live near this project. I want to make 2 points today regarding the 955 Alma project, and they're outlined in more detail in a letter I provided to the City Council, and that's part of the public comment package for this agenda item. First, the City Council should ensure that the project reflects a real and equitable approach to affordable housing. And second, the Council should make sure this project is not included in the existing downtown RPP. So first, regarding the proposed project's affordable housing component, the Council should make sure that the inclusionary units truly benefit Palo Alto's most vulnerable residents by providing access to housing at below market rates. As currently proposed, the project's affordable housing is mostly illusory, with more than half of the so-called affordable units being offered at or nearly at market rate. And we're asking the Council to give careful consideration to whether such an approach fulfills the intent of the city's affordable housing requirements. So instead of allowing the developer to figure out a way to tick the affordable housing box without actually providing an affordability benefit to Palo Alto's low-income workers, the Council should instead find a way to ensure larger, dense developments like this one provide real and meaningful inclusionary housing components. Additionally, we asked the Council to make sure that the affordable units here aren't treated as less than the market rate units, which Palo Alto's municipal code already requires. This means affordable units should have a variety of sizes. I know all the proposed units are micro units, but we want to ensure that there is a diversity of sizes there, and that the affordable units are spread across the varied sizes and across varied locations in the building, for example, so that all the affordable units don't face the noise from the train tracks across Alma Street. Also, the affordable units should have proportional or even preferential access to parking. Right now, the pre-screening proposal doesn't explain which units are proposed as affordable housing or what access those units will have to amenities. Finally, we don't want the Council to lose sight of the development's potential impact on parking in the downtown neighborhoods. As you know, the downtown neighborhoods are already subject to an RPP, a residential preferential parking program. And here, the project is just outside the boundaries of that RPP. With the project's reduced parking and the chance of unbundled parking to be rented separately at a premium to residents of the building, there's a very real risk that the project's parking problems could be exported to the surrounding neighborhoods. So we propose a straightforward partial solution to this problem is for the Council to simply commit to continuing to exclude the site, to keep it outside of the borders of the downtown RPP. As I explained in our letter, there's a precedent for this approach. San Francisco has taken this approach multiple times with new dense development in a way to ensure that the residents of the new development don't seek to avoid the cost of limited on-site parking by simply buying a permit to park on nearby neighborhood streets for cheaper. We think this would be a solid step toward balancing the need for affordable new housing with the current quality of life enjoyed by existing residents. That's all I have, and I want to thank you on behalf of the neighbors for careful consideration of these issues.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Becky Sanders, followed by Scott O'Neill and Winter Dellenbach. Becky, if you can unmute yourself, you'll have 1 minute for public comment.
Okay, thank you so much. Good evening, City Council members. I'm Becky Saunders, co-chair of PAN, and I'd like to stress a couple of points that we made in our letter to you. All the buildings units will be very small and dense. It works out to about 149 units per acre, which is a new high density for Palo Alto, which isn't necessarily a bad thing. But although the project is billed as having 7 units affordable, as the previous speaker pointed out, 3 of those will be at market rate, renting out at $3K a month. A 4th will rent out for less than a 1% discount. So actually only 3 units of the 36 will be truly affordable. That's only 3 units. The staff report doesn't really address that the value of this extra square footage to the developer is worth about $5.5 million. That's what others have paid for the same amount of extra square footage. And we think the cost of the 3 below market rate units to the developer will provide the city only about $1.4 million worth of value. So our letter explains both numbers in detail. To us, the huge $4 million giveaway to the developer is actually just a really bad idea. So to fix this, please insist that there be 12 low-income units instead of just the 3. This would make this a fair deal for the city. And also, we just want to align our, okay, there we go. Agree with the whole parking situation. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Scott O'Neill, followed by Winter Dellenbach and Elan Loeb. Scott, if you can unmute yourself, you'll have 1 minute for public comment.
Hi, thank you. I want to say that 955 Alma is exactly the kind of housing that we need in Palo Alto. It's walkable to the nearest Caltrain station, making it convenient to jobs all over the peninsula without requiring a car. Low parking, transit convenient projects minimize the traffic impact required to meet our RENA housing quotas, which the council has little ability to influence. I want to contrast 955 Alma with an approach Mayor Du Bois floated in a recent council meeting. Allowing development in open space would be much worse from a traffic perspective because housing in the Caltrain distant open spaces would necessitate many more cars on the road per housing unit produced. Putting housing in open space would not be responsive to residents' concerns about ever increasing vehicle traffic. Taller construction projects along Alma can have a further benefit throughout the city by providing a physical sound barrier against Caltrain and freight train noise coming along the Caltrain corridor. One thing the city could consider doing is putting a policy in place to make sure dense housing along Alma is secure against train noise. I've worked in buildings in this area, and it's amazing how effective soundproofing can be in modern construction. For all these reasons, meeting our RENA goals, reducing traffic impact, and managing
Scott, if you can finish your thought.
I urge the council not to just approve 95 Alma, but allow similar housing all along Alma, similar to the approach they took with the San Antonio project. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Ms. Winter Dellenbach, followed by Elan Loeb and Rohin Ghosh. Ms. Winter Dellenbach, if you can unmute yourself, you'll have 1 minute for public comment.
All right, this cannot stand the way this is a study session, but developer, you cannot do this. City Council, you must get the message across. So the moderate rate housing here is within the BMR structure. The renter here, if this would stand, would pay $27 less a month than the market rate projected rent. And that is simply ridiculous. And the above moderate rate is, of course, the same amount, $3,000 a month as the market rate. So we only really have 3 legitimate below market rate units here, and what is required is 7 minimum. This we cannot, this is completely unacceptable. This would completely take all meaning from our 20% standard that the City Council has levied. This can't stand. Thanks.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Elan Loeb, followed by Rowan Ghosh and Linda Hibbs. Elan, if you can unmute yourself, you'll have 1 minute for public comment.
Hello. So the housing crisis here is beyond belief, and we really need more housing now. As a teacher who grew up here and can't afford to live here, and I'll likely be leaving because of housing costs, I support this and any other actions to increase affordable housing here. Most of my colleagues commute over an hour every single day to get to schools in Palo Alto, to teach the kids in Palo Alto. And that's not fair to the kids, and it's not fair to the teachers. So absolutely more low-income units would be excellent. And the proximity to the Caltrain is so important. That's a huge feature of this proposal. I think that's great, not to use our open spaces, but to use things that are proximate to public transit, because public transit is awesome. So yeah, let's add more below market rate housing all along Alma and make it so that the essential workers who've been working our asses off can actually live here.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Rowan Ghosh, followed by Linda Hibbs and Adam Schwartz. Rowan, if you can unmute yourself, you'll have 1 minute for public comment.
Hi, good evening, Council. My name is Rohan. I am a Pali soon-to-be graduate and resident of Midtown. I'm speaking today in strong support of this and any other housing proposed in Palo Alto. People don't live in percentages, they live in homes, and it's important that we actually let the homes get built and not just argue about what percentage to the point where the project doesn't pencil. It's really important that we actually get homes built, especially right here next to transit. I love that about this proposal, that it's right next to transit. I mean, I'm a young person, I'm concerned about climate change, and building housing near transit does a lot more to really cut down our city's climate impacts than a really responsible idea like pushing development to open space areas. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Linda Hibbs, followed by Adam Schwartz and Kelsey Baines. Linda, if you can unmute yourself, you'll have 1 minute for public comment.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. My name is Linda Hibbs. I am the Executive Director of Webster House Health Center on Webster Street in Palo Alto. I am speaking tonight to offer my support for this concept and project. Many of my staff commute from far away as Gilroy and Morgan Hill because of an absence of affordable housing in Palo Alto. Many of my staff are single, of all ages, and would find this type of housing units well worth the small size as a trade-off for their long and tiring commutes. I urge you to work with these developers to help us find a solution to our local affordable housing challenge. Thank you for bringing this topic to our attention.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Adam Schwartz, followed by Kelsey Baines and Ann Paulson. Adam, if you can unmute yourself, you'll have 1 minute for public comment.
Hi, my name is Adam Schwartz. My family and I have lived in Palo Alto for 6 years. My 2 kids have gone to school here. I speak in strong support of this housing development, this apartment building. We're in the middle of a severe housing crisis and shortage. We need more housing now. It's great that this is located a very short walking distance away from the train. We need more walkable housing right next to the train. I live just a half mile away from this site. I would love to see it go up. We need more housing just like this up and down Alma. It should be easier to put up 4-story, 3-story buildings like this right along Alma without having to come for this kind of approval. I wish this building was even taller. I'd love to see another 2 stories on this building. I think it's not a good idea to build more housing on open space. We need to infill in places like Alma. Please support and vote for this development.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Kelsey Baines, followed by Ann Paulson and Francis Campampoli. Kelsey, if you can unmute yourself, you'll have 1 minute for public comment.
Hi there. Good evening. My name is Kelsey Baines. I'm a resident of Palo Alto and am just commenting to urge you to support this project. This kind of housing that is a smaller unit, which is kind of at the bottom end of the market in walkable neighborhoods that are transit accessible is the exact thing we need. And I did see some complaints that the homes are too small, and I would encourage folks to remember the President Hotel, which had very small units. And as a result of that, it had a very diverse population that included a lot of essential workers who serve our community. And finally, I echo the last speaker who urged you to go taller. I think if we went 1 to 2 stories higher, we could get more affordable units, which I know are really important to the community. But like Rohan said, people don't live in percentages, they live in homes. So let's make them bigger and get more. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Ann Paulson, followed by Francis Campompoli and Noel Langmack. And if you can unmute yourself, you'll have 1 minute for public comment.
Good evening, Council. I'm Ann Paulson in strong support of this project. 955 Alma is just the kind of housing that a lot of young people, including my own son, want. He doesn't drive, and he shouldn't be forced to pay for expensive parking that he doesn't want. He'd be right by the train. I also want to say that the developer is just following your inclusionary zoning rules, and the developer should not be penalized because all of the units, these are small units, all of them are inexpensive. You shouldn't be penalized because the below market units are a little bit less than the affordable units. That's not a problem. That's a benefit. This is a great project. It would be nice if it were taller, but you should approve it. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Francis Campompoli, followed by Noel Langmack and the dial-in caller ending in 169. Francis, if you can unmute yourself, you'll have 1 minute for public comment.
Hello, I am a small business owner. I was born and raised in Palo Alto, and the reality is that we need more housing. So I strongly support this. So many of my peers in their 20s and 30s continue to move to places like Menlo Park, Redwood City, and San Carlos because there's simply more housing options there. This location is walkable to the train, Town and Country, University Avenue. The more housing we have, the more empowered the renter is, and it creates jobs in the process. I think that the more options that long-term residents have, the better as well. It's not just new people moving, it's people who have also lived here for quite some time. So I think that this build would be a great addition to downtown Palo Alto.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Noel Langmack, followed by the dial-in caller ending in 169, and Rebecca Eisenberg, our final speaker. Noel, if you can unmute yourself, you'll have 1 minute for public comment.
Great, thank you. Hello, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Noel Langmack. I wanted to voice my strong support for this project. I echo others' comments that we need more homes in Palo Alto, and agree that the project should be taller, and that really could meet the concerns of residents in the area about not having as many affordable homes as is desired. I also echo the desire to build more infill. And I personally, would love to move to Palo Alto at some point, but as many have said, the rents are really high. So every unit of housing helps on that field. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is a dial-in caller ending in 169, followed by Rebecca Eisenberg, our final speaker. I have unmuted the dial-in caller. If you can unmute yourself, you'll have 1 minute for public comment.
This is very personal. I'd like to mention in this process whether the city is adequately receiving the proper benefits of this project. Hello?
Excuse me, I'm sorry to interrupt. It seems that the connection is a little hard to hear. If you don't mind talking a bit more slowly, we'd be able to understand.
Okay. I wanted to mention first about the city adequately receiving the proper benefits for this project in exchange for all the bonuses that it is allowing the developer to get. It is my understanding that the developer is asking for over 16,000 square feet that above what the normal zoning allows. If the developer wants this additional area, then he should adequately pay for it. The claim that there is 7 affordable units vastly is overstated. It's important that the council review that and look truly at what the cost of these units are or what the rents are. I urge you to review the Palo Alto Neighborhoods letter that was sent to the council a few days ago. And I urge you to look at what these problems are for this project going forward. Thank you.
Thank you. And our final speaker is Ms. Rebecca Eisenberg. Ms. Eisenberg, if you can unmute yourself, you'll have 1 minute for public comment.
Hi there. Wow, Palo Alto City Council. You're kind of screwed. The Sierra Club no longer supports you. They oppose your housing strategy that puts you in this kind of pickle, where the best you can for affordable housing development that comes before you includes homes that are about a third of the size of hotel rooms that I imagine you typically stay at when you vacation. Why doesn't Sierra Club tell you that you're being irresponsible and that Palo Alto is no longer a green city? That's because you, City Council, refuse to build infill housing. Now, I understand that it's very, very not ideal to have these teeny tiny little studios for housing. But because you refuse to tax Tesla and fund housing the way that every other city with a business presence funds housing, which is through taxing large businesses, because you refuse to do that, you rely on developers. And this
Ms.
is all they
Rebecca
can afford.
Eisenberg, if you can
Thank you
finish
so
your
much.
thought. Thank you.
That's all they can afford. Thank you.
Thank you. And Mayor Du Bois, that was our final speaker.
Okay, so we have about 15 minutes left. I'm going to ask council members if they could try to limit themselves to about 3 minutes each. We'll still be going over. Go ahead. Let's. Who would like to go first and provide some feedback on this project? Councilmember Cormack.
Thank you, Mayor Du Bois. Thanks to everybody who called in and to the developer for bringing this forward. I'll start with what I like. It's important that we have a wide variety of housing options for people at all stages of their life. And while these small studios may not appeal to everyone, I can certainly imagine some people finding this working really well for their lifestyle. And I think the built-in furniture is super clever. This is truly walking distance. We say that often, but in this area, walking distance to grocery stores, university, town and country, doctors' offices, and it sounds like there's a gym right next door. So I'm excited to see that. I didn't see anything in the staff report or from the applicant about whether or not parking spaces would be assigned or charged for. I think it's something to think about going forward, whether or not that makes sense in conjunction or not with an RPP. But, you know, that's really standard in other places, that if there's demand for parking, that's an add-on charge to that. I'd also like to just test with Director Lay. We heard a lot of comments saying that this is not affordable housing. Am I right that option 2 is one of the things that we approved? And do I recall that we approved that unanimously?
Yes, that's correct. That was one of the options that the council then, different members, but some of the same members unanimously approved.
Okay, great. Thanks. That's very helpful. I think given the interest in housing, perhaps, you know, an hour isn't quite enough for some of these study sessions, but recognizing the mayor's plea and knowing that the next one will be probably of equal interest to the community. Personally, I think this is a really good location. I think going to 50 feet is acceptable in this environment and this neighborhood. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you, Councilmember Cormack. Any other council members? Vice Mayor Burt.
Yeah, I was hoping to wait so that others would cover some of my comments, but yeah, I also do think that these projects are important, and even though with our schedule we have a limited time, I don't think 3 minutes per council member gives an adequate opportunity for the applicants to actually.
That's a request. So if you need to go over,
Okay.
you can go over.
So first, I think that this housing type is one within the mix of what we want in the community. It's within the full range of housing types. It's minimalist. It's very small units. I'll note that 801 Alma has even smaller units right down the street as an affordable housing project. And I think that this project reminds us of something, which is that it's not just a question of mass and scale. Design matters. And this project seems to have really good design, both externally and internally. So externally, how does the mass and scale look to the community? And basically, you could have a lot less attractive building to the community that would actually be less square footage. It also, I like that it has common space, both in the courtyard and the rooftop space. I think that's really important as we're having minimalist private space. And then the interior design of the units actually utilizes the space more efficiently than would otherwise. A concern I do have more broadly on our housing approach and PHCs is that I fear that we've set up a system currently under the PHZ affordable housing formula where the easiest way to meet the affordable requirements is by very small units. And we may have a proliferation of these types of projects. And that's more what I'm concerned about rather than this particular project being the first that we have meeting that. I do think that we need to have this clarification on when we allow for reduced parking, that it does not potentially impact and overflow into the surrounding neighborhoods. That if the developer believes that they can provide the parking demand for the residents on site, then that's fine. But we need to put in place the mechanisms to make sure that, and staff didn't address for us that question of whether this project would be eligible to participate in the RPP zone in the adjacent neighborhood. So can staff quickly answer that?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I didn't know if City Attorney Stump wanted to take the lead on that, or
Right, and I know Mr. Cami is on the line as well. We did have an initial conversation about this, so subject to confirmation, it contrary to what was stated by one of the speakers, it does appear that this building site currently drawn does fall within the downtown RPP district. So council does have some discretion in how to draw those districts and how to perhaps amend them over time. There are limitations on some of council's discretion with respect to single family versus multifamily housing. There is an Attorney General opinion authored by former California Attorney General Kamala Harris that it's not appropriate under the state vehicle code to distinguish between multifamily and single family residences in designing and administering a program. So that's one of the constraints that we will be evaluating as you work your way forward and make some policy decisions about how to manage that RPP district.
Okay, thank you. And I'll end my comments there.
Councilmember Filseth.
Thanks very much. Hey, a quick question for staff. How tall is I think it's 801 Alma is the sort of big concrete thing down the street. How tall, what is the height of that?
Amy, do you know? I know Sam looked into this. So
it's approximately 50 feet. It's approximately 50. There may be exceedance.
That's what I thought. I thought it was pretty close to 50 one way, a little less or a little more one way or the other. Okay. So then just a couple comments on this one. So the small units doesn't bother me. I think that's fine. The two things I think are the affordable percentage and the parking. And the affordable percentage, I mean, the reason we said we were going to do this, loosen design standards, is to find some way of enabling people who can't afford to live here in Palo Alto to actually stay here, right? And so $3,000 a month for a micro unit isn't going to let anybody who can't already afford $3,000 a month live here. So I think that the affordable percentage, it needs to actually be 20%, okay, as opposed to 3 units or something like that. So I think that's a key. And then the other one is the parking. And I actually worry that the RPP may not be strong enough because, the RPPP is during the daytime, and most people that, for residential, that's a commercial kind of thing. Most people for residential, park here at night, right? And the RPPP doesn't apply at night, okay? And so the risk is that, down on Addison Street, there's only a block away or 2 blocks away or something like that. So the risk is that all the people from this are going to park on the first block of Addison Street, and it's going to be really congested there. And so that actually has 2 problems, okay? One is it's not really fair to the people on Addison Street. And the other is, the whole point of this being near transit and so forth and the walkability and so forth is to try to get people out of their cars. And if there's free parking in the neighborhoods, then the act of constraining parking for this building isn't going to get people out of their cars. So if we're really serious about getting people out of their cars, then you want to not have people have free parking in the neighborhoods. And that's fairly well established. So I think both those 2 things are almost showstoppers. So we need to figure those out if we're going to make this move forward. If we do figure it out, if we can make those, we can figure out how to deal with those things, then yeah, I think the small units is fine. It is a good location. There's precedent for a tall building on this street and so forth. So that would be my 2 concerns: is the affordability. We got to do that, and then we got to make sure that the parking doesn't. We don't. It's basically not neighborhoods contributing free parking that people say, yeah, I'll have a car. Right. So, thanks.
Thanks. I'll go ahead and jump in. So thanks for bringing this project. I agree. I like studios. I think we need that mix in our housing inventory, and I like the design. I had some concerns. I was concerned about residents and office workers mixing on the rooftop. But the big one for me was the parking. And I noticed a lot of the provided parking was for the office and very few for the housing. I'd be supportive of this project, I think, if you flipped that ratio and you came back with, at least 1 spot per housing unit. I believe that's the minimum under like the state density bonus law. And then you had the excess units available for the office with the TDM for the office space. Again, this is near transit. I think we want to support some car light projects, but similar to what Councilmember Filseth just said, it only works if there's some kind of agreement that that's what's going to happen with this project. So I'd like to see it be in a part of a development agreement or some way be enforceable that this, building will not impact the permits elsewhere. Kind of related to that, once you go to more detailed design, it'd be great to see if you could keep those 4 spots in Alma without impacting the sidewalk. Maybe they can go further in, be moved further in. And so again, with those kinds of parking changes, I'd be supportive of the project. I'm willing to exceed the FAR and the height limit here. I'm less interested in changing the PC zoning for the entire SOFA 2 area. Maybe we could look at allowing 50 feet along Alma in particular. I think I'd be more supportive of that. But thank you, and thank you for bringing the project. It's definitely very interesting. Councilmember Stone.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I align my comments with Councilmember Filseth. I think he really spotted the two big issues here, which is the parking and the affordability piece. I live in a small 1-bedroom apartment. It's a little more than twice the size of these studios. So it seems very, it seems very small to me, but it's not for me to say what other people are going to choose to live in. And I really appreciate the applicant providing the designs and showing us images of what these units are actually going to look like and how that space is being utilized. It's really ingenious, and I love the table and some of the furniture. I don't even have that in my apartment, so I need some good design that you've got. So I appreciate that. I do think this is a compatible project in this part of the community. It's walkable to downtown and shopping and restaurants and retail and the Caltrain station, so that's great. But as Ms. Dellenbach said during public comment, I think the having the three of the 7 units at 140% AMI, that may fit within the kind of the letter of the law, but surely not within the spirit of what it is that we're trying to accomplish with the PHZ, which is truly trying to increase additional affordability. And so I think especially if we're going to be meeting some of those RHNA targets, we need to increase that affordability. So I'd really like to see the applicant comes back with a redesign or continues to forward this project. I'd really like to see the 20% be truly more affordable. Can the applicant or staff just quickly confirm, is the anticipated kind of rental price per month around $3,000?
That's correct.
Okay, so for the 340 AMI, what would the rent be for those units?
So we only have the numbers from Santa Clara County in 2020. As you know, the county changes the AMI numbers every year, but the tenant paid rent, including utilities, for the very low income is $1,382. For low income, $1,963. For moderate income, $2,973.
Okay, so 3 of the 7 really is no break at all for them, and especially the average prices right now of 1-bedroom apartments in Palo Alto ranging from about $2,100 to $2,700. So these are going to be pricey units, but I do think this is the right location. I hope we can continue moving forward on this, but I agree the parking and the affordability piece. If those 2 things could be changed, I'd be really happy to support this. So thank you.
Can I say something really quickly on the units? No one's stopping me, so I'm going to go for it.
Go ahead.
So, our understanding was that the desire was to have as many very low income units as possible, that was the least served unit in the city. So we actually tailored this to provide as many very low income units as possible within the formula component. We're hearing a slightly different message, and we would be happy to reevaluate the unit mix and still come back with an option.
Yeah, go ahead, Councilmember Ku.
Thank you. So I align a lot of, my thoughts with a lot of what the other council members, my colleagues, have already said, so I'm not going to repeat most of them. Parking is an issue. But first, I want to thank Ms. Young for presenting tonight and bringing the project. The interior design of the units are very thoughtful and actually creative and space saving. However, a lot of what my colleagues said, I align with that. I think one of the biggest thing that I really do take umbrage with is that the number of affordable units up to 140% is really passing it as affordable is going to be is trying to really pull the wool over a lot of Palo Altans eyes. So I do hope that you will reconsider. And I'm sure staff has also mentioned that, with our RHNA numbers, a lot of the market rate is where we're satisfying, and it's the low income portion that is not being satisfied or that we're satisfying. I would also like to see that the city attorney's office, working with the Department of Transportation, look into the city of San Francisco's steps in developing the RPP. I know you talked about that, but they have excluded developments that are of higher density and to participate in the RPP as submitted by Laura, I think it's Miss Beaton's office. So those are some of the things I'd really like to see, along with a lot of what my colleagues have said. I am disappointed in the way that the low-income units, the affordable units, have been presented. Thank you.
Yes, City Attorney.
Yeah, so just want to note, because it's important for the public who are listening and participating. I'm very familiar with San Francisco's program, and I got an update from their head transportation lawyer this morning. The sort of takeaway message that the council member just described is actually not descriptive of what is going on in San Francisco. My office and their office do have a similar view of what state law allows. So I'll provide some more detailed information to council, updating you on prior advice we've given you about where we do have discretion and where we don't under state law. Thank you.
Okay, I think with that, we'll conclude this study item, and we'll move on to item number 2, which is 2239 Wellesley. So good staff, go ahead and please start.
Great, thank you, Mayor. And so Claire Raybould will will provide this presentation on the Wellesley project. Go ahead, Claire.
Sorry, hold on one second. I'm just trying to share my screen. And hopefully, are you guys able to see this?
Yeah, you're not in presentation mode, but
okay. Yeah, I'll change it. Okay, great. Hold on one second. So good evening, council members. Claire Raybould, Senior Planner. The project before you today is a pre-screening application to rezone the property at 2239 Wellesley to a planned home zoning. As noted in staff's presentation on the previous project, I'm sure this pre-screening is a requirement for any legislative change, including a rezoning. So city council members should refrain from forming firm opinions in support or opposition to the project, as it may return as a formal application. So the project before you is a pre-screening that includes 2 R1 zoned properties located at 2239 Wellesley and 2241 Wellesley. The proposal would include rezoning these properties to planned home zoning in order to allow for demolition of 2 single-family residences and construction of a 24-unit multifamily residential development on a single merged lot. And in accordance with council's requirements for PHC projects, the development would have more housing than jobs since it's exclusively residential. And the project includes 5 units or 20% of the 24 units, with 2 being provided at very low income and 3 being provided at low income. And this actually exceeds council's direction regarding the affordability requirements for PHCs. And the project also includes a request for a 33% parking reduction, which is more than the code typically allows, but up to council's discretion on a PHC. Some key considerations for you. On April 12th, council provided further direction regarding the PHC program. And there were 2 aspects of council's direction that this project does not appear to comply with. The first was direction that the council would not allow for rezoning to a PHC for sites within the R1 zone district. And as you can see from the map on this slide, The project site, which is highlighted in red, is located within the R1 zone district, which is shown in yellow. Secondly, the council's direction indicated that PHC projects should include moderate adjustments to the base zoning. And the project does not appear to comply with that direction. The staff report included a comparison of the proposed project to the current R1 zoning. And as shown in the report, the project exceeds just about every zoning requirement in the R1 zone district. Some examples, the project exceeds the 30-foot height limit for R1 by approximately 7 feet. The floor area is about 5.5 times more than the floor area that would be allowed under the R1 zoning. The daylight plane is exceeded by, over an entire floor level. And the project exceeds most of the setback requirements. And under the current zoning and land use, only one main dwelling unit could be developed in R1. So the density at 24 units is much more than what would be allowed. So I should note that this project would require a land use map amendment because it does not comply with the comprehensive plan land use designation for single family residential. And staff's recommendation is that council conduct a pre-screening review and provide informal comments regarding the applicant's request to rezone the property. And comments provided during the pre-screening process are not binding on the city or the applicant. And with that, I will turn it back to you.
Great, thank you. And again, we're trying to keep our study sessions to an hour. I think the applicant is next. You have 10 minutes if you'd like to present.
So share, Claire, if you can stop sharing your screen, and if we can have the applicant begin to share their screen for their presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Can you see?
Yep.
Good evening, council members. I'm Matt Larson, a local independent land use consultant. Cato has asked me to present the Wellesley project on their behalf, and they are not affiliated with any other clients with whom I work. The project targets rents without subsidy that will be affordable to essential workers who already serve our community. Despite rewriting the PHC to exclude our project, we hope that the council will reconsider and work with us to build housing that the people who serve our community can afford. Cato is a local group of mission-focused impact investors who seek to preserve and build housing for the people who need it most. Its investors are willing to accept very low returns in order to provide accessible, affordable housing. They are not a typical profit-driven real estate investor. In fact, more than 70% of the properties at Cato are and have always been rented at below market rates. Here are the biggest points I want you to take away from the Wellesley project. All units in the Wellesley project are below market rates. 19 of them are offered at moderate income levels, which is very similar to the levels of rent offered at the teacher housing project at 231 Grant Ave. Only that project requires millions of dollars in subsidies. By contrast, we are offering to build this housing with no public subsidy. We feel that our location at Wesleyan College is the perfect location for this type of housing. It is in a neighborhood with more than 30 existing apartment buildings. It's walkable to Stanford and bus lines, Caltrain, job centers, Stanford University, and retail and grocery stores. This project was designed to be affordable to essential workers, for people like teachers, nurses, and home health workers. As Supervisor Josemidian said, no one is served when essential workers have to commute from miles and miles away. They serve our community every day, and we believe they should be our neighbors too. Let's talk a little more about the neighborhood. College Terrace is a great place to live. As we stated, it is a wonderfully convenient location for people who desire a walkable, bikeable lifestyle, convenient to transit, retail, jobs, and entertainment. But one myth that we have heard throughout this process is that it has always been zoned R1. Here's a zoning map of College Terrace from 1978. It may be a bit hard to make out, but you can see that the area outlined in red is zoned R3, where the Wellesley project is located. In fact, College Terrace has historically been a neighborhood where single family and multifamily live happily together, and we aim to be part of that rich history. Before the neighborhood was downzoned, more than 30 apartment buildings were built. Let's take a look at our project's location. That's us in green on the corner lot, and highlighted in blue are all of the other surrounding happy multifamily apartment buildings. You can see that there are 3 directly across the street and 2 in the lot behind us. The fact is that the Wellesley does fit in well with its neighborhood surroundings. Even better, at 32 foot 10 inches, the Wellesley project is only 2 foot 10 inches higher than the single family home next door. For those unfamiliar with College Terrace, here's what some of these neighborhood multifamily homes look like. Great, right? So here's a chart of Palo Alto's state housing goals versus the production over the last 6 years. These state goals have been difficult for cities like Palo Alto and others to meet, especially in the below market rate areas. And the state goals for the next RHNA cycle will be nearly 3 times as high as these goals. Let's take a look at the moderate category. In the last 6 years, only 26 moderate income units have been built, and none have been permitted since 2017. We are offering to build 19 units, or in these terms, 73% of the moderate units that have been built in the last 6 years, and one project alone with no public subsidy. Now I'm going to turn it over to project architect Nick Gomez to talk about some of the other details of the project.
Thank you, Matt. Good evening, everyone. So I'm going to walk you through our very schematic floor plans that we prepared for the owner for the Wellesley project. As Claire mentioned, the lots are comprised of 2 parcels, 2239 and 2241. And we have 16 parking spaces on the ground floor and a mix of 24 units, which comprised of studios and ones. Next. The project is located in an area with a 91% walk score and a 100% bike score. So while we are at a 33% reduced parking, we are at 100% bike parked in our bike room. To have eyes on the street and comply with accessibility standards, we do have 2 ground floor units, a 1 bedroom and a studio, a small lobby, and a trash and utility space. Next. On the upper levels, we have a mix of studios and ones. They range from just under 350 square feet to just under 800 square feet. Some small decks for outdoor space. The unit space, the main street, Wellesley and College. Next. And just so you can see what the proposed units might look like, the studios have full kitchens, full baths, closet space, washer dryers in the units. Similarly with the 1 bedrooms, full kitchens, full bath, storage, and washer dryer. If you notice, there are double walls in between the 1 bedroom living space and the bedroom space. We are experts in volumetric modular, so the client asked us to lay this project out within those confines so that they would have the flexibility to deliver the project through alternative construction methods. Next. And that leads into why the building is actually taller, because the dual floor ceiling assemblies that occur in volumetric modular. It is actually 1 foot taller per floor. So we are, as Matt mentioned, a few feet taller than the adjacent house. And next. But in order to blend our building into the surrounding neighborhood, this is our concept design. We decided to break up the massing at the corners with some vertical wood siding bays, add some warmth and articulation in the center of the building with horizontal wood siding to put eyes on the street and have some activity. We have some decks for the studios to give them some outdoor space because of the size of the units, and to screen the ground floor all along the base at the residential unit side that's adjacent, or the unit at the house that's adjacent to us and also on the street, we have a green screen and wood slats at the garage entries. And that's all I have, Matt.
Thanks, Nick. We are very proud of this project to house essential workers, and we're lucky to have so much support from our neighbors in College Terrace, Palo Alto, and the regional community. Of course, we are aware of a few loud and influential voices that do not want to see one more apartment building built in College Terrace. So you may ask, is there room for flexibility on our part? I'm here to say, yes, there is. But a reduction in units does come at a cost, specifically to the renters. For every unit we lose, we have to raise rents on the rest of the units just in order to cover project costs. So sure, we can reduce the unit count in the name of things like parking and height, but we need to all be on the same page about what that means. If we were to only build 12 units, that would increase the average rent by more than 50%. That would push us outside of the moderate income goal. Our goal is to keep rents as low as possible, and we are committed to that goal. How committed are we to that goal? This is how committed. If we build this project, we will commit right now to zero profits for 20 years. All rents will be based on a break-even balance sheet, and we're more than happy to share that balance sheet with the city and enter into a tight development agreement so that the city can insure it. We understand that you changed the PHC to apply to commercial areas, but we can all agree that there is a major need for housing for our essential workers in Palo Alto. So we ask you tonight to respectfully reconsider the policy. We are dead serious about this offer. Let's engage in a conversation about the Wellesley project. Let's build essential worker housing together. Thank you.
All right, thank you. So again, if you would like, we're going to go to the public. If you'd like to speak, please raise your hand now. We're trying to do these study sessions within an hour, so I'll wait a few seconds. Okay, so we're going to stop taking hands. Again, I think right there. So City Clerk, if you could go with a minute a speaker.
Yes,
And
thank
announce
you.
who the last speaker is, please. Thanks.
Great. Thank you, Mayor Du Bois. Our final speaker will be Rebecca Eisenberg. Our first speaker is Becky Sanders. Miss Becky Sanders, if you can unmute yourself, you'll have 1 minute for public comment.
Thank you, Ms. Kang. Good evening again. This project does not belong in our R1 zones. We agree with the staff position and the recent council vote on that. It doesn't belong in R2 or RMD either. Now, Cato seeks to have about 70.5 residents per acre. If you approve that, others will buy up R1 lots and ask for the same rezoning. Theoretically, with the domino effect, 2,700 acres of R1 in Palo Alto might be converted to 191,000 residences. How can we possibly support parks, schools, roads, utilities, and more for all these people? However, there is a silver lining, and I do appreciate so much of what the Cato people said. Developers and staff have echoed that 100% residential projects do not pencil out. Well, Cato has got some excellent pencils because apparently their 100% project will pencil out. We just ask that they use it for commercial sites, not R1. You can make this happen. Please rezone commercial properties so that Cato can build this instead of offices. So thank you very much and appreciate your consideration of our request.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Rachel Cox, followed by Andrew Fetter and Scott O'Neill. Ms. Rachel, if you can unmute yourself, you'll have 1 minute for public comment.
Thank you. I used to live in College Terrace. I no longer do. I live actually closer to the project previous to this, which I'm very fond of. The Wellesley project, I am not at all, mainly because I live in an R1 as well and see this having a ripple effect going forward as a new precedent. I have to build my house within daylight planes and setback rules very, very, very strictly so that my neighbors are protected from me looking into their yard. this project has very little outdoor space. And as much as they're willing to sort of forego their profits on these, I understand they bought maybe a dozen. It doesn't make sense that the council would approve something like this, given the parking issues that are already a problem. The height is a big deal, and this is going to create an uproar for all residential homeowners if this is approved. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Andrew Fetter, followed by Scott O'Neill and Mark Whiteley. Andrew, if you can unmute yourself, you'll have 1 minute for public comment.
Good evening. Thank you, City Council, for passing a motion at the April 12th council meeting clarifying that planned home zoning is not allowed on the Cato properties 2239 and 2241 Wellesley Street. This clarification prevents speculative upzoning redevelopment projects by wealthy developers in residential areas. Cato is one of these wealthy developers. Their main goal is to make money. Cato has spent over $60 million on 13 properties in Palo Alto since 2016. Their parent company, Baker Street Advisors, has $12 billion under management. As staff noted, the proposed project violates many regulations, including height, setback, daylight plane, max site coverage, residential density, floor area ratio, and parking rules. Their community outreach has been distasteful propaganda posters and a 1-hour monologue on how great their apartments would be. They have not been good neighbors. They didn't even show up tonight. Their house at 2239 has sat neglected for 2 years while animals live under it and a squatter recently lived in it. They're poisoned the grass. They let the fruit trees die. They abandoned the garden. The previous tenants' belongings remain in the house and mail
Andrew,
collected.
if you can finish up your thought.
Great, thanks. The yard is strewn with trash, tools, and irrigation supplies of the former owner. Cato could renovate the current existing house and rent it as is. I invite Cato at any time to meet on the property and review the situation. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Mark Whiteley, followed by Susan and Michael Quinn. Oh, excuse me. Our next speaker is Scott O'Neill, followed by Mark Whiteley and Susan. Scott, if you can unmute yourself, you'll have 1 minute for public comment.
Thank you. I want to remind my neighbors here that Palo Alto must produce housing under state law. Must. Something like 6,000 units over the next several years. So if the city kills projects like this, it's forcing housing development decisions to other sites. The consequences of doing this, which we've been doing for some time, were never clearer than when in a recent council meeting, Mayor Du Bois said that we might be, quote, forced to consider development in open space. That's how much housing we have to build, and developers are hardly lining up to provide it. So if you're against this project because you think it's better to develop in open space, then please say so. The mayor basically has. So you'd be in good company. But we're gonna have to make hard choices this housing cycle. So that's the road you're advocating we take. It's a road to higher traffic, a greater carbon footprint, and more human risk from wildfires. I hope we don't do that. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Mark Whiteley, followed by Susan, then Michael Quinn. Mark, if you can unmute yourself, you'll have 1 minute for public comment.
Thank you very much. I am a College Terrace resident. I live on Wellesley, about a block from the proposed project, and I'm very much opposed. Larger issues other people are speaking to quite well. I'm here simply to reiterate that this is just not a good project fit for the site. It's just not a safe location. It's a main artery for school children, including my own, blocking their line of sight around the corner, both directions is not safe. Adding traffic to an already very full street with the library and the daycare is simply not safe. I think the construction would probably add even more danger for all of the many school kids and foot traffic and cyclists who would be passing by this location in an ongoing fashion. And I think the fact that Cato did not show up themselves tonight speaks volumes. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Susan C., followed by Michael Quinn and Kelsey Baines. Susan, if you can unmute yourself, you'll have 1 minute for public comment.
Thank you. Hi, good evening, Council. Thank you for hearing me speak.
I wanted to thank council for affirming that PHC does not belong in R1. I also want to thank Cato actually for pledging to build more housing in Palo Alto. Obviously, that is something that all can agree that we need. It does not mean that even though we need more housing in Palo Alto, that we should throw our common sense out the window. Cato brings up that historically in 1978, the College Terrace neighborhood had R3 zone. What they proposed to build in this lot is R72 zone. They relent and say, okay, we will downgrade to 12 units on this property. That works out to R36 zone. Clearly, this is not in accordance with the surrounding properties. I welcome Cato to build more housing. If they want to build that many units, please go out and buy 4 more parcels. I also submit to you the idea that we would not build a 7-story Target.
Susan, if you can
Avenue.
finish your thought, we'll continue with public comment.
We wouldn't build a 7-story Target on California Avenue, and we should not build an outsized residence in College Terrace. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Michael Quinn, followed by Kelsey Baines and Adam Schwartz. Michael, can you unmute yourself? You'll have 1 minute for public comment.
Good evening. Good evening. My name is Michael Quinn. I'm a relatively young College Terrace resident. Observation of the way the meeting's been set up tonight. There is a discussion scheduled for the end about the town potentially appealing our RENA allocation. I think it would have been wiser to have that discussion at the beginning, because if we don't meet our RENA goals in the next cycle, discussions like this one, where we as a neighborhood talk about our feelings and our perceptions and whatnot, are going to become quaint. We have to hit our numbers, and the notion that we are going to hit our numbers and avoid state intervention, our element failing, or this particular project coming back under an SB 35 application, that it's totally unrealistic unless R1 does some of the heavy lifting to meet the goals in Palo Alto. And this building is tasteful, it's good, it's not a major disruption. We can live with another apartment building and get over ourselves. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Kelsey Baines, followed by Adam Schwartz and Ann Paulson. Ms. Kelsey Baines, if you can unmute yourself, you'll have 1 minute for a public comment.
Hi again, this is Kelsey Baines. I think Michael did a great job of expressing the city's obligation to create more housing options for people of all incomes and people who work in and serve this community. R1 zoning is zoning that prohibits affordable housing construction. I know folks would like to say that ADUs are a substitute, but they're really not. And we know what happens on most lots that are R1 zoned, and it's not affordable housing. It's extremely large, very unaffordable, multi-million-dollar homes. And it's been almost 3 years since I was displaced from my multifamily rental, which was replaced with a $7 million single family home because of R1 zoning. We need to look at R1 zoning and fix it, because the status quo is exclusion. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Adam Schwartz, followed by Ann Paulson and Rohan Ghosh. Adam, if you can unmute yourself, you'll have 1 minute for public comment.
Hi, my name is Adam Schwartz. My family and I have lived in Palo Alto for 6 years. My first year here, we lived just a block away from this development or from this location in College Terrace. I have 2 kids who are just coming out of the Palo Alto school districts. I am really, really worried that they will not be able to live near me and my wife because they will be priced out of Palo Alto. And there's really only one solution to this, which is to build more housing than we have been building before. And the R1 zoning is a big barrier to the kind of new housing that we need so that our children can live near us. They're planning on having children. I want to be a grandparent. I don't want to be driving an hour to Gilroy to visit with my children. And so we need developments like this right here in Palo Alto. I know from walking around that neighborhood and living right there for a long time that is tasteful and appropriate for the neighborhood. And so I urge you please to let this plan go forward.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Ann Paulson, followed by Rohan Ghosh and Truck. Ms. Ann Paulson, if you can unmute yourself, you have 1 minute for public comment.
Hi, this is Ann Paulson again. Hi, Council. I lived in Palo Alto as a young tech worker. And one thing in an apartment, which I wish was an option available to more young workers now, one thing I loved about Palo Alto was the strong environmental orientation. And this is why I am baffled with the idea that Mayor Dubois said that housing could not be built, affordable housing or multifamily housing could not be built in R1 zones, but it could be built in open space. What? What is that? Is the plan to deny this project in College Terrace and let it be built next to the lake in Foothills Park? This is crazy. Palo Alto must allow more housing, and I do not think Palo Alto voters want that housing in the open spaces. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Rohan Ghosh, followed by Truck and Noel Langmak. Rohan, if you can unmute yourself, you'll have 1 minute for public comment.
Hi, good evening. Rohan again. I'm a Palo Alto High School senior and Midtown resident. I want to be clear tonight. When with this project, this council is making a decision for our community, deciding that either people of a moderate income are welcome in this community or they're not. You're deciding that if you choose to let this project go through, you are making a decision that shows people of my generation that there is a place in this community for us when we grow up. If you deny the project right now or don't let it go forward, you are showing that we are not welcome in this community. And again, reiterating the words I said on the previous project, this is a climate issue. Either allow housing near transit to lower our emissions, or you don't, and you push development to open space. And that's the worst thing we can do for the climate. So make a decision and make it well.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Truck, followed by Noel Langmak and Laura Forrest. Truck, if you can unmute yourself, you'll have 1 minute for public comment.
Hi, my name is Truth, and I'm so impressed with everybody. Everybody cares about this Wellesley corner. And I really do want more affordable housing in Palo Alto, and Palo Alto has so much room to do that. One block over is like, we have HP and Theranos who are like unused for like 3 to 5 years now. And we still will have access, and we can build bigger number of units to the underserved people who work in Palo Alto, who don't make big salaries and whatever, but they still will get access to the California Ave, restaurants, the walkability towards the Dish and College Terrace Library, everything. But why are we trying to, have such strong opinion over 2 tiny lots that doesn't serve the need that everybody is in agreement, is to build more units that people in, whatever the missing middle, I don't know what you call that, but the people who are making, not too high of income, but supports a lot of stuff.
Ms. Truk, if you can finish your thought.
Oh yeah, so that's all I want to say is that we can be practical, not, pressure a very highly used zone already and 2 tiny lots. Why don't we go 1 block over and plan well and do like the proposal, or let the Fabian 290 vote for that, because that's also helpful. 290 is huge compared to the number of units we're talking about. Thank
Ms.
you.
Truk, thank you. Our next speaker is Noel Langmak, followed by Laura Forrest and Rebecca Eisenberg, our final speaker. Noel Langmak, if you can mute yourself, you'll have 1 minute for public comment.
Great, thank you. Hi, folks. Noel Langmak again. I would like to urge the City Council to support this project. As many voices have said in the discussion on Alma Street, the city of Palo Alto really needs more affordable homes. And the city of Palo Alto also has very, very few affordable housing funds, or very little, left. And this project does not require any affordable housing funds. So it's a great opportunity. As we've seen, this neighborhood is really a neighborhood full of apartments. Well, zoned R1, an apartment would fit perfectly into the neighborhood. So I contend with folks that say that it's out of place. I will also share that, I grew up in the Bay Area, and I'd say about 90% of the people I grew up with in the peninsula, right near Palo Alto, are gone because it's too expensive. So this would be a great opportunity for kids that grew up here to move back and to be able to be near their parents. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Laura Forrest, followed by Rebecca Eisenberg, our final speaker. Ms. Laura Forrest, if you can unmute yourself, you'll have 1 minute for public comment. Ms. Laura Forrest, I have requested for you to unmute through the app. If you can please unmute yourself.
Hi, good evening. My name is Laura, and I'm a longtime resident and homeowner in College Terrace. Last month's City Council meeting, Council was leaning towards rejecting the request for rezoning the Wellesley Street project. I'm pleased to hear this, and I hope you will continue to hold to this decision. From the Cato Investors proposition, I'd suggest locations like the former Fry's location or along El Camino Real. These sites would be more suitable for them in reaching their housing goals. I believe these locations already include zoning for denser housing and will easily be able to accommodate the allotted cars per unit. As you may be aware, College Terrace is primarily zoned R1 in single family residence and is a safe and family-friendly neighborhood with many children and adults walking and riding bikes. It is my hope that we can maintain a safe atmosphere for our families and moving the Cato Investors project to another and more suitable location. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And our next speaker is our final speaker, Rebecca Eisenberg. Ms. Rebecca Eisenberg, if you can unmute yourself, you'll have 1 minute for public comment.
Thank you so much. I was so excited to hear council members Koo, I think, and Stone speak highly of San Francisco housing strategies. My partner and I were actually very involved with these strategies in the 1990s, and I agree they're great. San Francisco has very strong business taxes that tax the largest businesses there. Those business taxes of the largest businesses generate $2 billion a year. $2 billion a year. San Francisco also recently received a home key state grant of $50 million to build affordable housing. They have an office moratorium. They tax commercial developers. They don't have height limitations or parking requirements, which our mayor seems to terribly misunderstand. You don't need to have parking.
Thank you. And that was our final speaker, Mayor Du Bois.
Okay, thank you. Thanks for all the public comment. So again, we have about 20 minutes left. So I'd urge council members to be efficient with their time. Who would like to go first? Yeah, Vice Mayor Burt.
Yeah, I see everybody took one step back. So first I'd like to say that I used to live on Williams, just over a block away in a tiny duplex, about 500 square foot. And it's an eclectic neighborhood that's in the RMD zone there, with smaller apartment buildings, duplexes, quadplexes in that area. These sites are right into the R1 neighborhood, which is basically from that area, it zigs and zags along Williams and Wellesley, going uphill in the College Terrace neighborhood. And I, as on the last project, I'm supportive of what we saw in Alma, which is a 2.68 FAR, I think, almost around a doubling of the floor area density above the zoning that's allowed. And that really demonstrates the sort of degree to which this council has embraced significant upzoning for housing in particular, and a restraint on the rate of job growth through trying to restrain the rate of office growth in our community so that we have a greater jobs to housing balance going forward. So I'll take Cato at their word on their really intention to provide truly affordable housing in our community, and encourage them to pursue projects that are within the zones, the many different areas of the community that we have designated, upzone very significantly, first on the housing incentive plan upzoning, and then above that with the PHZ that's allowed above that, which is a very significant zoning increase beyond that. And so there's a lot of opportunities for them to come forward with the sorts of projects that they stated was their intention, without having to or attempting to do that in R1 neighborhoods. I'll add that staff had just said that we have one dwelling unit allowed in R1, but actually I would describe it differently. We now allow both a senior ADU and a junior ADU in every R1 lot in the city, I believe, which is essentially an upzoning that tripled the number of Zone 4 units in R1 housing in our entire community. And that over time is going to be a very significant change. Not every R1 lot will choose to have ADUs, and certainly not everyone will have 2 ADUs. But we had about an order of magnitude increase in ADUs as a result of that upzoning. And we've recently heard from the owners of a half dozen or so R1 lots on Olive that are small workforce units for the last 60 plus years. And they've stated their intention to rebuild each of those units and build them with a sizable main unit, and then a junior ADU and a senior ADU, and that is to take advantage of a redevelopment in an R1 zoned area and triple the number of housing units in that. And that's the sort of thing that is open to Cato for the whole range of parcels that they bought, presumably on a speculative basis in College Terrace and in Barron Park. And so I think it's a clear choice. When the PHC zoning was proposed by staff made clear it was intended to be in the higher density areas and not in R1. It was intended for moderate increases above the base zoning. We've actually stretched that, and a number of the projects that we've supported in the recent months that are coming forward in this coming year are significantly above moderate. They're up to doubling the floor area ratio over the existing zoning. And I think the council has shown a really strong embracing of significant upzoning for housing in those appropriate places that we've planned for it. Thanks.
Councilmember Koo.
I wanted to find out from staff. So the applicants are taking a 33% parking reduction under this, right? From the state bonuses, density bonuses?
Yeah, it's a little bit unclear what their intent was. It indicated that they were hoping to use a concession under the state density bonus. However, that would be unnecessary because this is a planned home zoning. So it's really up to council to determine what they'd be willing to approve in terms of parking. There's no set requirement that they would be getting a concession from. It would be whatever council deems fit for the planned development that's associated with this if it moves forward.
Okay, thank you. So I just wanted to also ask, so the applicant or applicant's representative said that this property, these units are going to serve essential workers who already serves our community. So does that mean that, I mean, how are you going to qualify them? Are you going to ask if they're working here, show proof that they work here to rent to them, or was that just something that's just presentation?
So this being a pre-screen, we would gladly work with experts, city, and the community to, within the law, ensure in all ways we can that the folks living there are to the preferences of the policy of the city. There are a preference for folks who already work in the city or such. We have to take a look at things like fair housing laws, but we are absolutely committed to these types of conversations.
How about having it being deed restricted to people who work in Palo Alto then? I guess that's something that you'd have to search and see if that can happen too, right?
Absolutely. We're very open to this, but again, we have to be in compliance with the fair housing laws, other laws, work with, the city and housing attorneys to see what we can do on that front.
Thank you for that. It's just unfortunate that, the owners of the property actually did not come today, to present this and chose to have Mr. Larson to present. Mr. Larson, you did a wonderful job presenting. And Mr. Gomez, it's thank you for your presentation as well. And it's also unfortunate that the applicants use a very divisive way in order to present this project. And I do have to say that that was not welcomed at all. But then again, we do have PHZ loan zones that are designated for different areas. One thing that you did do for this project is that it shows that these kind of units do pencil out if there's a will and a way. It's just that it needs to be at a location that will be suitable for it. So thank you.
Councilmember Filsath.
Yeah, thanks. I wonder if I might have the screen for a bit. Am I up on the screen?
No. Can you enable sharing? City Clerk.
Where are we?
Oh, there you go.
All right, let me do that. Oops. We don't want that. We want, that's where we want to go. Okay. So, so first of all, thanks everybody.
So Councilmember Filsath, it's just a gray square.
Yep, I'll be right there.
Okay.
That's my first slide. Okay. This has been a curious process, how we got to this point. It's sort of, the applicant actually showed up in the press, before anybody in the city really knew about it. And, the website and so forth are all coordinated. And then a week or two later, there were these AK-47 Trump posters posted all around College Terrace, and sort of a lot of passionate rhetoric floating around about this. So I thought the first thing I'd do is sort of do a couple of really brief things. First of all, the notion that we don't have any affordable housing in Palo Alto. Yes, we do have affordable housing in Palo Alto. Numbers are about 9% of our total housing stock is income restricted below market housing, which is more than the county average, but much less than demand. So there's universal agreement we need more affordable housing in town for people that can't afford to live here, but that we want to have in the community. Second, the notion that Palo Alto is all single family homes, that's not true either. Actually, we actually have a higher share of multi-family units of our total housing stock than the county. the Bay Area and the state overall, we're at about 39%, slightly higher than the rest. So we have both single family and a fair amount of multi-housing as well. So a big piece of the discussion has been, well, we got these aggressive RENA targets, and so we need to do this. So our draft RENA targets, which we're going to take later tonight, are about 3,465 in the below market category of very low income, and moderate income, and about 2,600 market rate ones above moderate income. And that's where the 6,000 totals comes from. And so, you know, of these 3,465 units, depending on how you count moderate income or not, this proposal produces 5, okay, which is about 0.1%. And by comparison, of the big proposals that we've been tracking recently on PHC, one would provide 23 below market units, 158 below market units, and 110 below market units. So 5 BMR units is certainly better than 0, but it's a tough way to chase a target in the thousands. And I think people understand that. And I think that's part of the argument as well, is let's just not look at the 5 units in isolation, because the other 19 units, you know, will also be below market rate in Palo Alto because they're unusually small. And also the developer doesn't have a lot of expectations for investment returns, and therefore will provide a unique price point that isn't accessible right now. But actually, data doesn't really all completely support that either. So this is Craigslist data from last week, and there's, you know, it's not the most scientifically rigorous way to do this in the world, but there were about 168 listings in Palo Alto for 1-bedrooms and studios last week. And you can kind of see the sweet spot of pricing is kind of in the $2,000 to $2,500 range, right? Which is kind of the mess. I mean, there's some more and some less and so forth, but that's kind of the center of gravity. And here's some more with here's the same data, but with unit size included, right? And again, you can see the Wellesley units kind of map right into that actually. Some units a little bigger, some not so. But sort of that sweet spot in the $2,000, $2,500 range. And if you got $3,000 to spend, you can live in Mia over here on the right side, which is the posh place down here in downtown Palo Alto where I live, right? So I guess what I'd say is that the listing suggests that the project is actually roughly status quo for existing market rate housing in Palo Alto. But the good news is, you know, if you're out there waiting on a $2,200 a month studio or 1-bedroom in order to move to Palo Alto, you don't have to wait for this project because we got plenty of them now. So the point here is that if the specific goal is to move the city toward its RENA goals, okay, or provide a price point that doesn't exist in Palo Alto right now, this project isn't actually that compelling. What you got here seems to be outside of the 5 units, okay? Seems to be a fairly conventional small apartment building, except it's in an R1 zone, and it also needs the neighborhood to supply some of its parking. In a different zone, okay, you know, the things might look a little bit different. So full disclosure, I don't live in an R1 zone. I actually live in an RM20 zone, which is actually okay for a planned housing zone, PHC. And my neighborhood is a mix of single family homes and small apartment buildings. And this is actually the property next door to me, okay? And about 8,000 square feet lot with a bungalow on it. And I suspect it looks a lot like one of the Wellesley units that Cato's project is proposed for. This went on the market at the end of last year. And it was on the market for about 2 months. And it had like, you know, one serious bidder. And so it sold in March for about $3 million. And I'm guessing,
I think yours.
I'm almost done.
Yeah, it's your slide off too.
Sorry? I'm guessing that's sort of comparable to what Cato paid for, or the Cato land is worth at least one of the properties, which is about half of that, right? Anyway, this one was bought by a couple of attorneys and with a young kid, but this is an RM20 zone, right? You can put an apartment building on this lot, okay? And with 2 of these, you know, you could in principle put the project that's proposed for Wellesley, and it wouldn't be in an R1 zone. It's in RM20. So I'd encourage you, you know, look at other zones in the city than R1 for this kind of thing. You come to my neighborhood, right? This would be more about would fit in. I don't know why you guys didn't buy this one in the first quarter. Too busy, I assume, or something. Right? All right. Thanks very much.
Okay, Councilmember Cormack.
Thank you, Mayor Du Bois. I think a few of my colleagues have brought up the emotional intensity of this project, and I think it'd be remiss not to spend a moment on that before I move on to the project itself. And I just want to say I've been troubled by words and actions from the proponents and from the detractors. We've had people talking about pitchforks in January when there was an attack on the Capitol. We've had people using charged language around exclusion and racial segregation. There was a photo of neighbors on the property, and there are flyers showing people with firearms. I'd like to say this isn't who we are, but apparently that is a part of our community. And I personally don't find this a helpful way to make these decisions. So again, it's important to me that we acknowledge the emotional intensity that this particular project has generated. All right, having said that, I think it's interesting that the project is using modular construction. I believe the project at Grant Avenue is going to do the same. There was a recent affordable housing that went up in record time in San Francisco that also used modular construction. So interesting to learn that that's what adds the, you know, the extra foot to each floor. That makes sense. And you know, my understanding is that does make it less expensive to build, which no doubt factors into what can be charged. So let me just check with Director Late. I did visit the site some time ago. Am I right that there are many two-story apartments nearby?
Yeah, and let me ask Mr. Abel to join us. I do believe that there's a number of duplexes and fourplexes in that area representing the former zoning that applied to that area back in the 70s. Mr. Abel, is that correct?
Yes, across the street there is a 6-unit development and an 8-unit development, but the majority is still R1. There are some smaller, maybe 2 to 3 unit developments nearby, and more in the RMD NP zone district once it moves into the different zone district to the north.
Right, just 1 block over. Okay, thank you for that. You know, one of the many emails we received on this, and it was from a neighbor, said that this person would have felt differently if it was what the applicant presented as a secondary option, which is the 12 units townhome style type thing that would be fully parked. So I have the same statement that Councilmember Philsess made at the beginning. This has been an interesting process, but a different conclusion. And my conclusion is that, you know, assuming that staff spends time with this applicant or others who are interested in doing this same thing, we really are at the inflection point. In the same way in some of the other projects we've looked at, you know, we've had to increase height in order to get that whole floor of affordable housing. I think in this instance, it's a full story. Does it feel comfortable here next to a 2-story home and 1-story homes immediately adjacent? No, it doesn't feel comfortable. So that's something for us to reflect on. I don't think this is a good way to make policy, but it has done what we intended, which is surfaced the edge cases, the margins, the places for us to really grapple with what we're going to do. I think if I think about the comprehensive plan and talking about transitions between developments, this sort of area at the margin, like between Alma and, you know, whether it's in South Palo Alto or North Palo Alto, or 1 or 2 blocks away from El Camino, these are the areas that our Housing Elements Working Group is going to have to grapple with to figure out how we do this, because we can't have super tall on El Camino and then go straight to, one story. That's not going to work. And I think some change is going to need to occur in these. I'm going to use the word transitional neighborhoods. I don't mean that in terms of, I mean that in terms of the physical building envelope. So I think it'd be, so much easier to accept at 2 stories, accommodating the daylight plane of the neighbors. But I think then we wouldn't be getting the part that is more affordable, right? That's just a lower rent. So that's, I think, the dilemma that I hope we all face together with a little less emotional intensity. Thank you.
Councilmember Stone.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I just want to thank Councilmember Cormack for addressing the rhetoric and the energy around this project. And I agree. I think we are better than this. And our words and our rhetoric matter, and how we conduct our business really does matter. And I think that applies not only to us as council members, but also the community and applicants and everyone. So I just appreciated that Councilmember Cormack addressed that. I agree with most of my colleagues who have already spoken. I have one question for the applicant regarding the BMR units. How are those being distributed across the site? Are they going to be both studio and 1-bedroom apartments? Can you talk a little bit about that?
I'll throw it to our project architect, Nick Gomez.
Yeah, so you do have to make sure that you distribute it equally across unit types. That's part of how the code works for that. So yes.
Okay, so there's what, 6 BMR?
There's 5. There's
5.
Yeah, the two studios that are VLI and 3 that are low income.
Okay, so it'd be like, so you cut out a little bit on my end. So it'd be a mix of 3 would be 1-bedroom, 2 would be a studio. I guess would it be like the 2 of the very low income, 1 would be a studio, 1 would be a bedroom? I mean, is that how these are going to be split up?
Essentially, yes.
Okay, great, thank you. Like I said, I align my comments and my feelings with many of my colleagues. I appreciate. Yeah, I think a big part of what we do does need to rely on data and not so much on emotion and rhetoric. And I was appreciative of Councilmember Filseth and your slideshow there, really kind of showing the kind of, I think, the true reality of what Palo Alto has done on our portion of affordable housing, especially compared to the rest of the county and the region and the state, as well as the reality of price points within the community. I mean, again, I live in Midtown, and I pay right now a little less than what would be proposed on these new projects. I appreciate the generosity of the applicant regarding the 20 years there, but I do agree with Councilmember Filseth. I think compared to what prices are across the city right now for similar sized apartments, this isn't that much. Doesn't really help there. I think one of my concerns, and I thank the staff for the staff report. I think was really thorough on this. This project is very much unaligned with many of our zoning standards and our policies. It doesn't meet the R1 standards, of course. It also doesn't meet the PC standards adjacent to residential zones. It's inconsistent with the comp plan. Then there are just several areas where we would have to have dramatic changes within the PHZ to make this project fit, and that hasn't been consistent with what the PHZ zoning was initially intended to be, as well as council's April 12th direction as well as redefining the PHZ zoning. So I appreciate the opportunity for more housing, and definitely encourage the applicant to look at these other areas within the city, like Councilmember Filseth pointed out, for additional housing opportunities. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Tanaka, do you want to comment?
Yeah, sorry about I had a
another meeting that was booked prior, and this meeting was booked on top of it, so I wasn't able to attend earlier. I missed some of the presentation, although I'm somewhat familiar with the project from the staff report. And I've held I think maybe 3 or 4 office hours on this topic. So I live in College Terrace, so I'm not terribly far from this project. So I do know the location quite well. I think in general, there's a pretty dire affordable housing issue. And that's something which I think most people I talk to really want to address. So I think that's pretty well known. I think most of you guys know my stance, which is that I think smaller units in general are generally more affordable, which is I think this product definitely has that. But I think the other thing that's really important, especially when a fairly large variance is requested, is that there's neighborhood buy-in. And I don't know if that I didn't unfortunately hear the public comments. So I can't really comment too much on that. But from the office hours I've had on this topic, and I had quite a few. There was a lot of concern in the neighborhood, and I think that's important because it's going to be a very different project from most others in this neighborhood. And if there isn't buy-in, then we have to think pretty hard about it. And so I don't know. I wasn't privileged to hear the public comment prior to this. I can't really comment on whether that's changed since I held my office hours on this. But if not, I think that's something which probably needs to be worked on. But no, definitely appreciate everyone coming out and chatting about this, and of course the applicant for trying to invest in our community. But yeah, I wish this was a little bit later during non-working hours, so it's easier for more people to attend. But appreciate it though. Thank you.
Thanks. I'll try to be quick here. So I'll echo some of the comments. I did find it unusual that the applicant wasn't here. And I do want to clarify, I think what Councilmember Koo brought up, the way our zoning works, you could choose an incentive program or a planned housing zone or the state density bonus, but those are exclusive, right? Isn't that what you said, Claire? You can't use them together.
Yeah. So right, the planned home zoning is not one that would be used in combination with the state density bonus.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure that was clear. I know it's a pre-screening, but just in terms of design, I do think the modular approach does look fairly blocky and commercial. I'd like to see more kind of residential looking designs in our residential zones with, sloped roofs or that kind of thing. This application was pushing extremes. The PHC doesn't apply to this location, so I hope it's clear that the project isn't supported here. But I'll echo my colleagues to say I do hope you'll bring a project like this back in a more suitable part of town. So thank you, and I think we'll conclude the study session there. And we're at 7:10. Let's go ahead and go through oral communications, and then I'll suggest we'll take a break after that before we go to the consent calendar. So if the clerk, this is the time to speak about an item that is not otherwise on the agenda. And for oral, I think we'll go with 2 minutes a speaker.
Great. Thank you, Mayor Du Bois. If anyone would like to speak on an item that is not on tonight's agenda, please raise your hand on the Zoom app or press *9. And we currently have Gail Price as our first speaker, followed by Ms. Winter Dellenbach and Becky Sanders. Gail Price, if you can unmute yourself, you'll have 2 minutes for public comment.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm Gail Price, President of Palo Alto Forward. Thank you for your Affordable Housing Month proclamation. It is our hope and expectation that the Council will take the proclamation seriously by taking actions to support it. Affordable housing is essential. It allows for economic and racial diversity. It creates equity for residents of all income levels. But the proclamation isn't enough. We need actions. However, the Council has done the opposite, disproportionately increasing impact fees for multifamily housing projects. limited the planned home zoning applications, and restricted new affordable housing proposals on single-family lots, signaled non-support or created roadblocks for housing project proposals, all with BMR units, totaling almost 600 needed housing units. The following examples: 3300 El Camino, 187 apartments, proposal shifted to by right office. 2951 El Camino, 113 to 119 apartments, PHZ, proposal only moving forward if reduced size. 3397 Fabian Way, 290 apartments, HIP, proposal unlikely to move forward. Wellesley Avenue, 24 apartments, PHZ, proposals feasibility eliminated by council. Reaching our RENA goals would enable more economic diversity, shorter commutes, support sustainability goals, and help the region reduce homelessness and overcrowding in existing units. Palo Alto Forward is committed to supporting these goals. We hope your decisions and votes support them too. Please listen to what we are saying. We represent many, many members of our community and others who share our beliefs and values. Thank you.
Thank you. And we do want to let the public know that Kelsey Baines will be our final speaker and will no longer be adding to the speaker list afterwards. Our next speaker is Ms. Winter Dellenbach, followed by Becky Sanders and Jonathan Ehrman. Ms. Winter Dellenbach, if you can unmute yourself, you'll have 2 minutes for public comment.
Yes, regarding Matadero Creek, thank you for the city for instituting updates to the public, even though they're very general. When information about the water tests are released to the public, I look forward to seeing the information our fire marshal mentioned to me last Wednesday that would be made available. He mentioned water tests along with interpretation, i.e., what do they mean? Baseline upstream water tests for comparison, and a map of testing sites. I remarked to him that this sounded good. It is critical that the public isn't just offered conclusions and assurances, but is provided with real data and information. I want to add that we also need data on the soil testing of the creek, where it interfaces with the water, and tests of soil spilled on or near the creek. We need to understand not only the amount of diesel fuel tested in parts per million, but what that means for the creek, the animals, the plants, and for how long they will be affected. Fuel is still in the creek as of today, well downstream from the containment site. What specific measures may be needed to clean it up, mitigate, and restore if that is needed, and by whom? We will need to know that. And what agency or office will determine if any criminal or civil fines or penalties will attach? Is that relevant? Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Ms. Becky Sanders, followed by Jonathan Ehrman, then Ms. Rebecca Eisenberg. Ms. Becky Sanders, if you can unmute yourself, you'll have 2 minutes for public comment.
Yes, thank you, Ms. King, and thank you, council members. You're dealing with a lot, and I appreciate your fortitude. So yeah, my dulcet tones are back 3 times. It's a trifecta here. This time I just want to bring up 2951, sorry to harp on that, seeking some clarification. I hung out at the pre-screening in January, left with the impression that council was, sort of given the nod to the conversion of 2 R1 lots in North Ventura to benefit a proposed development at 2951. I and many of my neighbors were displeased. They left with the same impression. I have been approached and said, you've been told that the conversion is not a done deal, still has to go before PTC and council. However, the applicant, as I recall, has indicated they would walk away from the deal if they could not get those 2 homes upzoned, those home lots. So that's my impression, that by not signaling a big fat no on R1 conversion, the applicant is going ahead with the full application. As we have just heard earlier in the study section, the Cato people have actually determined that residential development can indeed pencil out. So I'm really loving the pencils that Cato found. And so I'm asking you to sharpen your pencils, work with the staff. Please, please, please put the hammer down on the R1 conversions. up there. And in so doing, relieve Ventura of some of the burden of being the least served, most imposed upon neighborhood in this, our wonderful city. Thank you for hearing me this evening. And thank you, Ms. Kane.
Thank you. And our next speaker is Jonathan Ehrman, followed by Ms. Rebecca Eisenberg, then Michael Quinn. Jonathan, if you can unmute yourself, you'll have 2 minutes for public comment.
Hi, this is Jonathan Ehrman. I wanted to give a little update on the state of the performing arts. Last week I went to the San Francisco Symphony for the first time in 14 months. And there's a recorded pre-show announcement, and the audience was so excited to be there that at the end of the recorded announcement, when it said, thank you for coming and enjoy the show, the audience burst into a sustained ovation, and members of the orchestra happily waved their bows, and in some cases applauded back. So there was an immediate connection already. People were so excited to be there. And I'm happy to say that just this afternoon I bought my ticket for the production at Palo Alto Players that they are doing outdoors right now. It's called Tea for Three, Lady Bird, Pat, and Betty. As you might guess, it's a play about Lady Bird Johnson, Pat Nixon, Betty Ford. There are 6 performances, I believe, going through this weekend through Sunday. It's outdoors at the Lucy Stern Theater. This is, I believe, the first live theatrical performance, in-person performance in Palo Alto since TheaterWorks' production of They Promised Her the Moon was shut down in March of 2020. And if you want to support the arts in our community, because it's our community, I would recommend that you get a ticket yourself and come on down and see the show. It's a way to support the arts. It doesn't involve dealing with budget issues or trying to balance the budget. It's a way you can show your own support because, if you want to see the recovery in action, the recovery isn't something that other people will do, it's us. So if you want to support the arts, I recommend coming down and seeing this show in Palo Alto. And thinking about what we can do in the future, especially over the summer, to encourage other live performances in our community. Again, I'm not sure if we need to spend a fortune on the Twilight concerts or not. I think we should speak with the companies that we have in our community, with Palo Alto Players, with TheaterWorks, with West Bay Opera, and seeing what we can do to encourage performances that the community can enjoy this summer. Thank you.
Thank you, Jonathan. Our next speaker is Ms. Rebecca Eisenberg, followed by Michael Quinn, then our final speaker, Kelsey Baines. Ms. Eisenberg, if you can unmute yourself, you'll have 2 minutes for public comment. Ms. Eisenberg, I requested to unmute for your public comment. It seems that Ms. Rebecca Eisenberg is not available at the moment. We'll put her later down the road. Our next speaker is Michael Quinn. Michael, if you can unmute yourself, you'll have 2 minutes for public comment, followed by Kelsey Baines, then Ms. Rebecca Eisenberg.
Good evening. I'd like to speak a little bit about the market for housing, particularly some of the points that Councilmember Filseth brought up. Palo Alto is way behind pace in every bucket for the next RHNA cycle. It's not just low and moderate income. We're behind on pretty much everything. The council member also mentioned that there are units available in Palo Alto similar to the ones proposed for the Wellesley project at a similar price point to the units or what is expected of the units for the Wellesley project. The idea is not to have more units at the same price. The idea is to build enough units eventually so that the price comes down. $2K for a 1-bedroom in suburbia is still very, very high, absurdly high. And I mean, you want to look at the cost relative to inflation over time. You want to talk about a hockey stick, you'll find one. Other thing I'd like to mention is I definitely agree, including and especially in College Terrace, we should be more polite and decent to one another. Councilmember Stone has a very beautiful picture in his Zoom background that features FDR and LBJ. LBJ was a teacher, he worked with young people, and he was recognized as a teacher who cared about dispossessed children. I would encourage council members to maybe go down to El Camino, which abuts my neighborhood, knock on the doors of some of those campers and meet the families and maybe talk to them and see if it inspires strong emotion. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Ms. Kelsey Baines, followed by Ms. Rebecca Eisenberg. Kelsey, if you can unmute yourself, you'll have 2 minutes for public comment.
Thank you. Can I please share my screen?
Yes, I'm going to have to promote you as panelist and you'll rejoin. You'll be able to share your screen.
There we go. All right. Let's see. I just need to do present. Great. Can you all see that?
Yes.
Okay. Well, thank you very much. My name is Kelsey Baines, and I will agree to some extent with some of the comments from the council about the emotionality with the College Terrace project. I will say that housing has certainly been an emotional experience for me. I think many of you know that my former position was serving homeless veterans in San Mateo County and Santa Clara County. So when we talk about RHNA numbers, they are not numbers on a page to me. They are people I know who cannot get housed in Palo Alto. And then I certainly have had my own personal experiences as a renter in Palo Alto who has struggled to maintain housing stability despite having a relatively high income. But even myself as a high income person, I recognize that I am privileged because as a white person, I have had the benefit of being able to rely on my family and my partner's family to meet my housing needs at various points in my life. But that is not true across the board. And I wanted to share this, what this is called a demographic dot map. And so this is showing the density of people. So each human is represented by a dot on the map and their races. And I just want to acknowledge that—
Kelsey, sorry to interrupt, but you have less than 30 seconds left.
Okay, I just want to acknowledge that segregation is not rhetoric. Exclusion is not rhetoric, it's a fact. We live in a segregated community, and I think it's extremely important for us to recognize that. We may not be as bad as Atherton on the map, which is extremely low density, but we do have quite advanced racial segregation in our community, and we need our leaders to acknowledge that. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is our final speaker, Ms. Rebecca Eisenberg. Ms. Eisenberg, if you can unmute yourself, you'll have 2 minutes for public comment.
Hi, I think it, oh shoot. Yay, okay, I think I fixed it. No, I didn't. Give me 1 second. Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
Great, thank you very much. First, I want to thank Kelsey for, as always, an important presentation, and I'm just going to finish it for her. As you saw from the map that Kelsey provided, racial segregation is not a thing of yesterday. It is alive and well today. And I've heard the city councils, its individual members, pretty much all of you, say over and over that Palo Alto doesn't exclude people on the basis of race. Rather, I've heard each of you say, anybody can move here as long as you can afford it. Well, that fails to take into account the hundreds of years of history in which the United States, including California, including Santa Clara County, before it was that even, including Palo Alto, has oppressed, discriminated against, and even enslaved people of color. And given that there were no reparations, that historically created, that white supremacist created wealth gap exists today. It exists because we as a country have not taken efforts to remedy it. Here's an opportunity where we, Palo Alto, are ordered by the state to do something that helps all of us. What we're ordered to do is to build more housing and to be inclusive about that housing. We can and we must, we are required to build housing across all price points, but especially the lower ones. And so that we can meet the housing needs, because housing is a need. It's not some sort of interest or some sort of, thing that you can live without.
Yes, Ms. Rebecca Eisenberg, if you
I'm
could
finished
finish
up.
up.
So you will
Yes,
find
thank you.
that building low-income housing will fix our community, will cure our community, will improve our community. Please do it. We want it. Thank you.
Thank you. And Mayor Du Bois, that was our final speaker.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for all the public speakers. It's about 7:26. I'm going to suggest we take a 10-minute break. So let's come back at 7:35 or so. See you guys then.
God, people are so funny. Oh my goodness.
If council members are back, if you could turn your camera on, please. So give them one more minute. Okay, we're on to the consent calendar. We only have one item on consent tonight. If we could start with a motion, or if there are any no votes. I'll go ahead and move consent.
Second.
Okay, thank you. Not seeing any hands. Let's go to the public and see if anybody wants to speak to the consent item.
Yes, if anyone from the public would like to speak on this, please raise your hand on the Zoom app or press *9. And Mayor Du Bois, we have no speakers.
Okay, let's go ahead and vote on consent. Start in the middle tonight. Councilmember Filseth?
Yes.
Councilmember Koo?
Yes.
Councilmember Stone?
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka?
Yes.
Councilmember Vice Mayor Burt?
Yes.
Councilmember Cormack?
Yes.
And I vote yes. Okay, so we're on to our action items. The first item is a quasi-judicial hearing on 181 Addison. We should probably start with any disclosures since it's quasi-judicial. I have no disclosures. Does anybody?
I have no disclosures.
Yeah, just raise your hand if you do. Okay, not seeing any. Let's go ahead and go to the staff for the staff report.
Great, thank you, Mayor. So again, I'm going to invite Amy French to join us to present this project.
Hello. Uploading. Excuse me. We good?
Yes.
Hello?
Yes.
Oh, thank you. Appreciate it. Good evening. Amy French, once again. This time we're talking about a preliminary parcel map with an exception and variance at the address 181 Addison. This is within the South of Forest area 2 cap. And you can see the parcel right here on the corner of Emerson and Addison. The project would subdivide this large parcel, which is actually oversized for the zone, the R2 zone in which it resides. They would demolish the house, garage, and carport and subdivide this lot into 2 standard size lots. The only exception is that the width is not a 60-foot width, but the area is consistent with the zoning for the R2 zone. Because the property is within the SOFA 2 coordinated area plan, The requirement for an exception comes with a requirement for a variance to process the exception. This shows a bit of background. The existing site was built in 1914, a single family home, and the garage and carport. We did have a recent study in 2019. Our consultant evaluated the site and determined that it is not individually eligible for the California Register of Historic Resources and therefore not a CEQA resource. Back in the 1998 timeframe, there was a quick windshield survey that said this might be historic, but that's as far as it pretty much got. It did make it into the SOFA document that it was potentially eligible. So the existing conditions, again, it is not compliant with the lot size. It is oversized at 12,647 square feet. The two parcels would be here, each over 6,000 square feet, but with the lot depth width of less than 60 feet. See here, see the numbers here. This is a map of the South of Forest area. Again, our parcel. You can see the surrounding zoning, which we just witnessed for the pre-screening session over here. It is not, it's within the next block from that project. This shows the lot split that's proposed, parcel A, parcel B. Some might have noticed the very mature redwoods on the corner there. This is the viewing the site from the corner, street corner. They fairly well obscure this side of the home. This is the side you see from Emerson. These trees are located within what would become the street side setback. And then there's another mature tree at the back. These trees are outside of the buildable area of the lot. They're in the setbacks. So the key considerations, again, the lot width, that's why we're here, because we're less than 60 feet for the proposed lots. But it is not technically substandard. Therefore, a house over 17 feet is allowable, and two-story development is allowable. The variance findings were reviewed carefully by the Planning and Transportation Commission, who unanimously supported this project in this application. And this shows the findings in summary. This lot is really only one of 14 SOFA area R2 lots that could be subdivided and still create two standard lots. So that's significant. That helps with findings 1 and 2. We're not granting special privileges. It's also consistent with the comprehensive plan. It's adding an additional housing opportunity, going from 1 unit to between 2 and 6 units, potentially. And then it also meets the zoning, except for the lot width as noted. And it's not seen as detrimental to the vicinity. We will see a consistent development pattern with this lot split. So the motion staff recommends is to approve the preliminary parcel map with exception and the variance per the record of land use. I'll make note that Danielle Condit is also is the staff person that was processing this application. She is also attending this meeting tonight. With that, I will close out.
Okay, thank you, Ms. French.
Stop sharing.
Is the applicant here? Do they wish to speak?
Yes, they do not have a presentation beyond what I've showed, but they're definitely here to for any questions that the council may have.
Great. Let's take any public comment.
Yes, if anyone would like to speak on this public hearing, please raise your hand on the Zoom app or press *9.
Might I add, I I know that we have a Planning and Transportation Commissioner. Ms. Templeton is here observing the proceedings and is available as well to comment. Thank you.
Okay, great, thanks.
Thank you. And our speaker, currently our only speaker, is Ms. Rebecca Eisenberg. Ms. Eisenberg, you'll have 2 minutes. If you can unmute yourself, you can continue with public comment.
Hi, thanks so much. So, aren't you tired of these really wasteful and unnecessary hearings on changes like this, which are obviously fine and good? Personally, I'm really looking forward to state law preempting all of these unnecessary and wasteful local zoning requirements. But as we wait for that to happen, and it's coming, you all have the option just to, on your own, let go of these requirements, especially now that there are fewer people working in the planning office. What am I saying? Why, I mean, honestly, why at this point in our housing crisis, why do we care about minimum frontage sizes? Why did we ever care about minimum frontage sizes? Query how that actually makes a difference. All it does is go with many other, with other requirements of making these lots and these homes inaccessible to the vast number of human beings. People have mentioned their housing stories, and I'll just toss it out there that I'm 53 years old. I hold degrees from Stanford and Harvard Law School, where I served on Harvard Law Review with our former president. I graduated Stanford from Phi Beta Kappa. I'm an attorney. I'm married to an attorney who is also 53 years old, and we rent, and as I told my kids, when I moved down here, I'm not embarrassed by the fact that we can't afford $5 million for a home. That's not embarrassing to me. And quite frankly, even if we could, that'd be a pretty bad investment. You are in charge of these zoning rules. You are not beholden to them. Why don't you just change them? Get rid of these minimum lot sizes and frontages. Approve this, obviously, and spare yourself these kinds of hearings in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is We Need More Homes. I have unmuted or asked to unmute if you can.
Yeah, hi, can you hear me okay?
Yes, thank you. You'll have 2 minutes for public comment.
Thank you very much. I would just like to agree with the last speaker. I don't attend many of these city council meetings, but I can't understand why you spend your time on these approvals for these homes. We need more houses. We need less of this waste of time. Thank you.
Thank you. And Mayor Du Bois, we have no other speakers.
Okay, let's bring it back to council. So again, because this is in SOFA 2, it falls under variance. So we're being asked to make the findings for a variance. Councilmember Cormack.
Thank you, Mayor Du Bois. I do find the timing of this evening's agenda items curious. I'm perplexed why we have scheduled an hour and 15 minutes for something that was a brief conversation and unanimous at Planning and Transportation Commission. And, I felt like we were rushed through our earlier items and public comment was limited to 1 minute. So I just wanted to make that remark. My next question, first question is for Director Lade or Ms. French, whoever would like to answer it. On package page 83, we have the same thing that came up the last time we did one of these about forcing people to have gas meters. Is this ADU thing we haven't solved? And yeah.
Well, I think what you're revealing, and Amy and others will take note of this. We need to make sure that our standard conditions of approval are aligned with our building code requirements for electrification. We still have that ADU outstanding issue, but just a note on that. The state recently finished its feasibility study, and we're going to the Planning Commission to present that report just as a sort of a rider to their ADU discussion that they're going to have, and we expect it to be before the city council shortly.
Okay, great. Excellent. Thanks for that. I certainly understand why a variance is being requested. It looks like less than 20% of lots comply with the frontage requirements anyway. I've reviewed the reverse findings and I will be able to make them when the time comes.
Thank you. I'll go ahead. I just have one quick question. Isn't it the policy in the comp plan to try to combine lots where possible? Like how should council think about splitting lots?
I don't know if Amy knows the relevant comp plan policies, but yeah, there are some policies, and there might even be some SOFA policies as well for lot consolidation. I know we've adopted some zoning standards in response to the comp plan implementation to consolidate lots, and we've actually given some development incentives for that. So you're right. There are policies that would encourage that to promote greater development. That in of itself, I don't think is in with.
So I think you froze. Hopefully it's not me.
Not you.
I think what he was saying was, even though we have policies to consolidate, if a property owner wants to subdivide, that I don't know, Ms. French, do you know where he was going?
Well, we do have policies for, to encourage greater development in zones that, that allow for multifamily or other developments. Oh, John is back. Yeah. Okay. But in this case, it's a non-conforming lot size that is not quite in that vein. John?
Yeah, I'm not sure why I dropped off, but so you're right. There are policies that would encourage consolidation, but that's not inconsistent with the action that's being presented before you today.
Thank you for that. So yeah, again, I mean, based on the presentation and the staff report, I can make the findings for variance. So I'll be supportive. Councilmember Koo. Sorry, Councilmember Koo, and then Vice Mayor Burt.
Oh, okay. I thought I saw Vice Mayor Burt's hand, but thank you. So I see staff has presented or provided the frontages for R1s and R2s in the location, but would you happen to know what is the smallest R2 lot in the area?
Not offhand, but we could check that out and see if we can get the answer.
So is there any regulation in the SOFA 2 coordinated area plan that what is the minimum square footage for a lot? Does it have to be like 6,000 or more? What are the rules in the SOFA 2?
Not in the SOFA 2. No? The SOFA 2 is not, it's the same as the R2.
Okay.
Because this is R2, it's not a SOFA zone.
Because the lots, even after it's split, it's pretty reasonable, and I think the frontages are still okay, even though it's underneath a 60 foot. Now, there are R2 right now, this whole lot, right? So when it splits, correct, they want both lots to remain R2?
Correct.
Okay, so they're planning to do developing of duplexes, or?
I believe their intention, and they can answer this, but is to develop one single family residence, I know, on each lot, potentially with ADUs, but they can answer for themselves. I should also note that our chair of the Planning and Transportation Commission did encourage the applicant to consider providing more units on the lot but the applicant is here.
Through the mayor, may I ask the applicant?
Yep. Yes, please.
So I think we may need to ask the city clerk to add the applicant as a panelist. Amy, do you, or you recall the applicant's name?
Mr. Lee, Koi Lee is his name. I believe I saw his.
There we go.
Hello, Mr. Lee.
Yes, I can speak now. Yes, I believe what we're going to do is what we're planning to do is building single-family detached residence with ADU on both parcels.
And you want the lots to remain with the zoning designation of R2, or did you want to R1 it?
We'd like to keep it at R2, gives us a little bit more flexibility.
Okay, understood. Thank you. It was just clarifying for me, so thank you.
Thank you.
Any other comments?
I believe I can answer the earlier question if you would like. The smallest R2 lot in the area is 37.5 feet wide. And typically with the, I guess the size of that lot is 4,222 square feet.
4,000.
Hopefully that answers.
You said 4,220 square feet for the lot.
22, yes.
22. Okay,
That's
great.
the smallest
Thank you.
size.
Okay.
Vice Mayor Burt.
Thank you. So I wanted to follow up on this issue of lot combining and lot splitting, and where we have been trying to address it in different ways. So whereas we are looking toward lot combining in higher density areas to enable greater housing development in particular, in R1, we, a number of years ago, moved in the opposite direction for the same reason. We actually prohibited lot combining to prevent the consolidation of two single-family lots, which would now each allow 3 housing units under our ADU ordinance, into one single family lot, because we were seeing a pattern of creating these very large lots for extremely large homes. And we didn't want to see our R1 neighborhoods have a diminishment of the number of housing units. So in the R1, it's all part of the R1 neighborhoods where we've actually been attempting to increase the housing supply or the unit supply in R1 neighborhoods. I'm glad that that the development is intending to take advantage of the ADU ordinance. And it does beg the question of what should we be doing in terms of, as a policy, on R2 and low density residential in the areas that we have it. And I think we're glad that this developer is going to essentially make 4 or even 6 units out of what is today these one parcel. But as a policy standpoint, I think we should be looking forward to what we should be doing to incentivize more housing in those areas that are transitional. And this area is part of that. We under new urbanist visions, we've had the core of the downtown area be the highest density, and SOFA 2 had its transition to medium density, as did SOFA 1. And then it transitions downward to lower density as you move into the R1 neighborhoods. I think we're due to revisit what we should be allowing in those transitional areas. And so I'll just leave it at that. I don't want to have this particular project be the basis for what should be a more thoughtful consideration of making the zoning areas more contemporary. Thanks.
Councilmember Stone.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I concur with the Vice Mayor's comments. I have if the mayor will permit me to ask another question of the applicant.
Yeah, sure.
My My question would be regarding the trees on the site. I know Ms. French indicated that they're outside of the buildable area, but I'd like to just kind of receive confirmation, at least from the applicant, that those trees are going to, that his plans for the trees and that the trees are going to be preserved.
Correct. Those trees, they're really mature trees, and will stay out of those the drip lines of those trees there. And I think those trees do benefit the neighborhood quite a bit. And if we do take them down, it's not going to be good for the neighborhood. So they will remain.
Wonderful. Thank you, Mr. Lee. Yeah, they are beautiful trees. Be a shame to lose them. So thank you for that commitment. Those are the only questions that I have, Mr. Mayor. I was able to find the necessary findings to approve this.
I'm accepting motions.
Move to, I would make the motion to move this subdivision.
I'll second.
You guys want to speak to your motion?
No, thank you.
Yeah, no need.
Great. Okay. Let's go ahead and vote on the motion. I don't see any other hands. Councilmember Koo,
Yes.
Councilmember Stone,
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Burt,
Yes.
Councilmember Cormack.
Yes.
I will vote yes. Councilmember Filseth.
Yes.
Great. All right, so I think that passes on a 7-0. And we're now on to our final item of the night, discussing our RENA allocation and a potential appeal.
Okay. And now I've got technical issues. Okay, let me see if I can share this again. No. Okay. Sorry, Mayor, just need one more minute. Hopefully less than that. Okay. Here we go. Vince. Okay. I think I'm back now. All right. I saw the thumbs up. Okay. So you're seeing the PowerPoint? Very good. Okay, so we're here then this evening to talk about to receive council direction on whether or not you would like us to file an appeal of the regional housing needs allocation. And let me see if we can. I think the council has seen versions of this slide before in the past, over the past 10 months. We have presented reports to the council describing the RENA process, and just to, as a way of a high level summary, you'll recall that each region in California is assigned by the State Department of Housing and Community Development a certain number of housing units that are needing to be planned for in these metropolitan planning areas. And for ours, that's the Association of Bay Area Governments, or ABAG. And ABAG then is responsible for taking that number. In this case, it's around 441,000 housing units, and needs to develop a methodology to distribute those units across the jurisdictions. And you'll recall that we've made some comment letters to ABAG and the Housing Methodology Committee over the past several months about that methodology. Last month, just over a month ago, the state reviewed and issued its acceptance of ABAG's housing methodology. And very shortly here, ABAG will consider issuing final draft RENA numbers and adopting the final methodology. You've seen these numbers before. In fact, you've even seen them this evening from a couple of different presentations. The one on top is our current housing cycle, number 5, the number of units that we were required to plan for, and the number of units that were actually produced. And then for the upcoming cycle, and then the subject of the conversation this evening is the draft allocation for Palo Alto, with just over 6,000 units being needing to plan for. Since we've published the this staff report, there's been some new information provided in terms of the appeal process, and it's as I noted on May 20th. ABAG will consider the recommendations from staff to assign the administrative committee as the appeals hearing board for any appeals that are filed in the jurisdiction. It's also expected, again, that the final RENA methodology and draft allocations will be acted upon on the 20th. Here is the rough schedule for that. And just of note, in the summertime here, we're going to have some deadlines to respond to our appeal if filed, or by the end of August, respond to any appeals that other jurisdictions or HCD files relative to Palo Alto's allocations. As noted in the staff report, there are 3 statutory findings, I guess, or eligibility criteria to file an appeal. The first one has to do with whether or not ABAG responded to responded to comments that jurisdictions had provided relative to a survey. There's a note in the staff report about that, and I can speak further to it. That's probably not going to be an area where the city would file an appeal. This second criteria, though, that ABAG did not determine the jurisdiction's allocation in accordance with the methodology, might be an area where the city may have an opportunity to make an appeal. And then the third area is that there's been a change in circumstance that applies to the jurisdiction or jurisdictions in question that was unforeseen. And you may recall in some of our letters, we've made some arguments about that last point relative to the pandemic, and concerns that the Plan Bay Area, which is a foundational document for RENA, didn't adequately contemplate the types of changes that have been happening in response to the pandemic. And so you can see that comment is in number 2. Number 1, we had previously expressed some concerns about using the baseline in Plan Bay Area, the future households projection of 2050. And then we've also noted some errors relative to the specific data parcel information. And so that's expanded upon in the staff report. And on that point, I guess staff feels that based on the analysis that we've done to date, we do think that there were some errors in the ABAG's assignment of housing units to Palo Alto. But when you run through that calculation, we believe it's on the order of a couple hundred units in terms of a possible reduction if the appeal was upheld, a possible reduction of a couple hundred units to the city's RENA numbers. The report talks about the success of other jurisdictions in their appeal efforts, both in Southern California, but then also here in ABAG. Included this evening in your packet was an app places memo. There was a request to submit that information. If you read that, you will find that the city did not prevail in its appeal last time, but there was an agreement between Palo Alto and the county through consultation with Stanford that did authorize a transfer of about 200 units, but that was not through the appeal process, which was denied last time. Okay, so the recommendation then to council is it's no small feat to file an appeal. It takes a fair amount of staff time and resources to do so. We ask that the council consider those factors and decide whether or not you want to direct staff to do that. Of course, the council may have some other criteria too that it would like us to include in any possible appeal. We would love to hear that as well. And I will conclude my presentation. Thank you.
And thank you for that. Let's go ahead and take comments from the public.
Yes, if anyone would like to speak on this item, please raise your hand on the Zoom app or press *9. And currently we have Mark Molyneux, followed by Gregory Schmidt and Rebecca Eisenberg. Mark, if you can unmute yourself, you'll have 2 minutes for public comment.
Hello there. Hi there, Mark Molyneux and renter. Let me actually just adjust my volume really quick. Yeah, so there's a lot of problems with the RENA allocation process. I was following the methodology committee. Palo Alto got off way too easy when it got 10,000 units assigned instead of far more. It didn't look at issues such as Palo Alto's prices. And then there was a substantial and actually, basically unmatched by anyone else reduction in the number of units, which was an error on their part. I don't know if you doing a appeal will possibly come back and bite you, and they say, "Oh wait, we actually 10,000 was the right direction." They put you back up a bit. The staff report it's a good note. They anticipate other jurisdictions who dislike Palo Alto, its exclusionary and racist housing policies, and feel like it's actually harming them, may go out and appeal Palo Alto's low RENA numbers. And that's great. I mean, I think it's, there's the dynamics here are, Palo Alto, whining, trying to get more benefits or whatever. And then the other thing is the more Palo Alto acts up, the more everyone else who hates Palo Alto will hate you further and will appeal and work to basically get your to get yourself punished. So I don't know what's best for you guys, but it's nice to know that even the staff is realizing that the rest of the region wants justice. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Gregory Schmidt, followed by Rebecca Eisenberg, then Michael Quinn. Gregory, if you can unmute yourself, you'll have 2 minutes for public comment.
Thank you. ABAG has failed in their public planning process. In their final blueprint, ABAG projected a jobs and housing growth number for Palo Alto and its neighbors that would create higher jobs and housing densities than today's downtown San Francisco or Manhattan Island. This is an astounding number that will have huge consequences for our future. It would mean things like $5,000 per month studio apartments for workers, a huge increase in income inequality, a dramatic decline in the share of children in the city, and a state takeover of local zoning. The purpose of planning is to explore the consequences of base projections like ABAG's concentrated jobs growth. If you can find even 5 minutes of any ABAG public meeting over the last 18 months where there has been an open public discussion of these consequences, then go ahead and vote for the plan. If you cannot find a record of such open discussion, then vote to send the proposal before you back to ABAG. Demand that they follow the California government code that calls for an open public discussion of the consequences of concentrated job and housing growth. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Ms. Rebecca Eisenberg, followed by Michael Quinn, then our dial-in caller ending in 169 as our final speaker. Ms. Rebecca Eisenberg, if you can mute yourself, you'll have 2 minutes for public comment.
Thank you. I'm so glad to follow that prior comment. Let me ask you, City Council, what would be the dire result of having too much housing? Let me tell you. If any of you took Econ 101, or maybe you watched The Apprentice, you would know that when the supply is bigger than the demand, something we haven't seen in the state of California since prior to Prop 13, and probably even before that. Anyway, when the supply is bigger than the demand, what you have is falling prices. The result of falling prices is that you don't have to deal with ABAG and the state and everyone breathing down your neck, because all of a sudden, Palo Alto becomes more affordable. In other words, that dire, horrible consequence of too much housing is that housing becomes more affordable. I think you should consider that that isn't a dire consequence, that that's actually, as we in tech called, a feature, not a bug. Additionally, I advise you to what my grandmother Charlotte always told me. She said, Becky, do you know what is the definition of chutzpah? I said, what, Grandma Charlotte? She said, chutzpah is when a person murders their parents and then begs the judge for mercy on the grounds that they're an orphan. I caution to you, as my grandmother cautioned to me, that spending limited resources in order to file a complaint or an appeal on the grounds that you have limited resources is not going to make Palo Alto look good. I think that if we have limited resources, that we are better off spending them on housing. Thank you for considering.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Michael Quinn, followed by our final speaker, the dial-in caller ending in 169. Michael, if you can unmute yourself, you'll have 2 minutes for public comment.
Okay, good evening. I mostly agree with the first speaker, Mr. Mark Molyneux. I would object a little bit to his use of the word hate. I think that's a very strong word to be used carefully, but everything else that the gentleman said about our allocation, I, for the most part, agree with. An appeal will fail. It would be a kabuki dance. But to tell you the truth, those of us who have some skepticism that our housing element is going to be conducted in good faith might like to see an appeal, because it will be interpreted by HCD as a bad faith action. And yeah, that's pretty much it. I mean, this is basically pandering. That's the only reason I can see for this. And yeah, if we choose to go down this route, there's a good chance that HCD will see it in a really bad light, and our element is more likely to fail and we'll waste a bunch of money. Or we could do the graceful thing. Thank you, that's it.
Thank you. And our final speaker is a dial-in caller ending in 169. If you can unmute yourself, you'll have 2 minutes for public comment.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, it's a bit grainy, so we would appreciate it if you would speak slowly.
Okay, I'll try to speak slowly. My name is Terry Holzmer. I'd like the council to make this appeal on the arena housing numbers, because I believe the entire Plan Bay Area 2050 process has been flawed. I have attended personally several MTA and ABAG meetings where we have pointed out these flaws, including the fact that several state codes, laws, have been violated, not the least of which is not informing the public. I hope that the state would have established a real cooperative effort between the West Bay communities and ABAG MTC along the peninsula. However, that never happened. I sincerely hope the council will appeal these ridiculous numbers and work for the betterment of our own residents. If just more housing would be built was the solution, then Manhattan and Tokyo would now be the cheapest places to live in the world. They are not. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Holzmer, excuse me. And Mayor Du Bois, that is our final speaker.
Okay, let's come back to council for questions and comments. I have several questions maybe I could jump in on. So if I understand from the staff report, the appeal that staff sees would be based on the Plan Bay Area 2050 forecast. So could you kind of explain a little bit more kind of the issue that you found?
Yeah, it's not the forecast so much as it is, and to clarify, that's not the it's not the methodology or the projections in the methodology. What we have found is that the data that went into some assumptions about where future household growth would take place is on sites that are not likely to redevelop or are even in our control. And so the attribution of a certain number of housing units on those properties seems improper.
Okay. And that's over a 30-year period. And, you know, if you bring it down to the RENA cycle, you're estimating about 100, 180 units.
Yeah, I thought it was a little bit more than that, but in that 200 neighborhood.
Okay. And then if we used, it looks like on most cycles, we've made some of these arguments about Stanford, kind of the, if we look at that last letter from the last cycle, there was reference to housing needs generated by a large university. Could we just reuse a lot of those? Or are they still valid in this cycle?
Well, they didn't pass last time. And it was not a compelling argument last time in the appeal process. I think that with respect to Stanford, clearly Palo Alto is receiving more RENA numbers because of its proximity to job centers, and Stanford being a job. But I don't know that we could isolate based on the methodology what number of housing units are being attributed to Palo Alto as a result of that.
So just to be clear, you say it didn't pass. We ended up getting approved to transfer some of our units to the county for
that.
This.
That was an agreement outside. So the appeal was denied, as I understand it. And they encouraged Palo Alto and the county to work together to find, they were supportive of a transfer if there could be one that was agreed upon.
I guess the question is, do we need to go through that same process? Do we need to appeal and then come to an agreement with Stanford?
I don't know that process exists this time around. You may recall the formation of a sub-region was a possible venue where that would have enabled that kind of trading. That did not come to pass. The sub-region was not formed.
Well, we didn't have the
And
sub-region, but we were allowed to do this transfer to the
then
county.
then we were, and I don't know the particular details of that. I will say this, the county last time, or the current housing cycle, has 300 units for its 8-year cycle. And this time around, they were assigned some 3,000 units or close to it. And so, it was kind of funny. We were, picking up the phone to call the county to see if they would take some of our units. And at the same time they picked up the phone, they called us to see if we would take some of their units. So I don't think that we're in a place at this moment, at least at where the county's looking to take on any more units.
Okay,
I see Albert's got his camera on, and I would encourage any of the staff that's supporting us tonight, if there's something that you'd like to clarify or correct something that I say, please turn your camera on. Albert?
Just a quick note, there was a change in the state law, the housing element law, in the past several years that took away the option to transfer units from a city to a county. So that's no longer available to us, unfortunately.
Okay. I mean, I am interested in some of the things we referred to in that appeal letter, again, about the impacts of a large university and was that considered in their methodology. And then the last question is really around, I don't know if you saw the letter from former Vice Mayor Greg Schmid, but it was about, I guess, some of the process it was supposed to consider jobs and housing as well, and some of, I think we've brought it up in prior letters, steps that we are taking to kind of constrain job growth. And again, requesting that be factored in. I know we haven't been successful so far, but I do wonder if we don't raise any objections, do we lose any legal standing or any of our legal rights by not even raising an issue?
So my conversations, and Albert's here, and he can correct me if I misrepresent him, but no, we would still have, if somebody wanted to appeal our numbers, an outside jurisdiction, we would still have an opportunity to respond and make our case against any appeal to increase our numbers, including we would throw in those arguments that you've mentioned. Albert, anything you want to clarify about that?
I'm actually the other way, which that we find 6,000 still too high. So if we don't appeal, are we basically losing any legal footing? Are we basically accepting the number?
Yes, you are accepting the number if you don't appeal. And I'll also note you made a comment that we haven't had much success. It's hard to say what success comes from, but our number was 10,000 units plus not too long ago. So through a combination of our staff work engaging with ABAG and as well as adding some new strategies to Plan Bay Area, I think there's been a combination of things that have resulted in Palo Alto seeing fewer RENA numbers. So I think there has been some success.
That's a very fair point. All right, I see I'm out of time. Councilmember Stone.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. A few questions. This is kind of brought up during public comment. Does staff anticipate any risk that a failed appeal attempt could lead to Palo Alto receiving an even greater allocation of units, given, as you just said, Director Late, the earlier draft PBA 2050 document forecasted a greater percentage of the region's population in Palo Alto and an allocation of 10,058 units. So do you anticipate any type of risk that an appeal could backfire on us and then we can get that number restored?
I don't know that I would characterize it like that. I think if the Palo Alto City Council were interested in exercising its appeal rights, then it should do so and not do so under a concern about being assigned more RENA numbers. I think there are other parts of that conversation which go beyond your question. One is, any jurisdiction or HCD could appeal regardless of whether the city appeals or not. Might a jurisdiction that is looking to Palo Alto as an area that should be providing more housing units than is currently assigned by ABAG, might that inspire another jurisdiction to file an appeal? I couldn't say. But to the extent that there's a risk along the lines that you're talking about, I think that that's something to just be aware of. Lastly, I think there is, obviously, I mean, we've been talking about housing all night tonight in one form or another, and there's obviously a lot of tension and spirited perspectives on both sides of the issue. I do think that there is a perception piece that the council just may want to be aware of, and how an appeal plays into that. Again, not for you to make your decision based on that, but just to have that sort of awareness. And I think one of the speakers may have spoken to that, but I might take a sort of a softer tone toward that. I'm sorry, I don't want to use up all your time with that long response.
No, I appreciate the additional context, and I agree. I think perception is a factor to consider. I don't find there's any merit to any argument that other cities dislike us, and so they're going to come after that. I don't think, I don't think governments or I don't think they're making their decisions based on any animosity towards Palo Alto. Another question. ABAG asserts their model anticipates recessionary cycles, but did their last model assess any type of systemic changes in where people are living and working due to the pandemic? I don't think they did, but I'm wondering if there's any conversation around that. I mean, we all know recessions are cyclical in nature, but pandemics, fortunately, are not. And this is such a cultural shift we have seen that we haven't seen in decades. That's going to have long-lasting implications on the ways in which we live and work. And so just wondering if that was a part of their analysis at all.
Well, so
and that be included in our, and that is an argument that I assume would be made with this appeal. Correct.
Yeah, so that touches on, and I think you offered maybe a clearer way than maybe we've articulated it in the past. But yeah, I mean that's been one of our concerns, is that you may have considered recessionary cycles, but how could you have forecasted this, where we're seeing a change in commute, work habits, where jobs are people are telecommuting. And that was the argument that we've basically been making over the past several months. The reason why I think, and so what you're talking about is a change in circumstance. You're talking about that third statutory criteria to file an appeal. And that, of course, is not unique to Palo Alto. That would be applicable to the jurisdictions under ABAG. And the reason I think I'm less confident about that being upheld is because HCD has considered the methodology, which they found to be consistent with Plan Bay Area and its projections, including its recessionary analysis. And so I don't know, I hear your point, but I don't know that it would rise to the level of the appeal board supporting that conclusion.
So you're saying,
principally because HCD has already endorsed the methodology.
So you're saying sorry, go ahead.
Sorry, Tim Wong, Senior Planner. I just want to also say, in addressing your comment, ABAG has addressed COVID type impacts in that they said that COVID is a shorter term impact, while these projections such as RENA are 8-year and Plan Bay Area are much longer projections. Therefore, I guess the COVID impacts get absorbed over time. That is the ABAG response.
And if I may if you don't know Tim Wong, he is our resident housing expert, formerly with the city, went on a journey to a couple other communities and found his way back. We're glad that Tim is here. He was with us on the last housing element update. And so we're glad that he's joining us again. Mayor, I think Councilmember Stone was going to ask another one before we interrupted him and his time ran out. So
yeah, go ahead, Councilmember Stone.
Great, thank you. And thanks for advocating for me, Director Lade, and welcome back. My question was just a follow up on what you were both saying then. So my understanding of what you're saying is that we really need to make an argument that is kind of tailored to Palo Alto's particular circumstance of a flawed methodology rather than a more broad kind of COVID is impacting everyone. That's nothing unique to Palo Alto, and it's not going to be persuasive enough to say, hey, you didn't properly consider this in your allocation. I mean, I think the point that Mr. Wong made, it just kind of shows a really interesting and I think flawed perspective from ABAG to think that this is a short-term change in the way in which we're gonna live our lives. I think a lot of the unintended benefits of this pandemic are going to continue to play out for a very long time. And like I said, I think these are systemic changes. Did I kind of understand you correctly?
Well, so I would say that it doesn't need to necessarily be limited to Palo Alto. I think that the appeal needs to demonstrate that the unforeseen change was, applies to the jurisdiction or jurisdictions. But I don't know, Mr. Yang, do you have any more that you'd like to add to that?
I don't have anything to add on this issue. I did have something I wanted to respond to one of the mayor's earlier questions.
Okay, so then I think that that's kind of the balancing act that we're trying to figure out is, do we meet the statutory criteria based on what we know has already transpired and what we believe to be accounted for in the plan. So that's ultimately the policy call for the council to weigh and give us direction on.
All right, thank you, I appreciate it. Yeah, this is a difficult
one. Mayor, if I may just briefly, I understood your last question to be basically, do we need to exhaust our administrative remedies by appealing this if we want to, later sue in court, for example. And I guess the response there is, in theory, yes, exhaustion would be a requirement, but the statutory scheme also just has no provision for a city to sue and seek judicial review of these issues. So, if there were some avenue for a lawsuit, then exhaustion would be a relevant requirement, but there really isn't that avenue.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Burke.
Yeah, thanks. So I think that if we believe that we have merit to our appeal, we should do so on principle. But I think that they're also that basically we're swimming upstream on this. As Councilmember Stone had brought up the issue of for instance, the potentially very significant changes in work patterns. A year ago, ABAG dismissed even considering that. They insisted it was a temporary condition. And as flawed as that perspective is, that's the position they've taken. I'd say more importantly, ABAG is distributing according to state allocations through HCD. And HCD is operating based upon state legislation, or at least their interpretation of the state legislation, because there's some dispute on whether they've interpreted that correctly. So ultimately, what we're facing now in terms of really a state central planning on development, in particularly housing development, whereas they are having a hands-off approach and kind of a libertarian approach toward the jobs growth. So rather than looking at attempting to balance jobs and housing and really try to assure that the job growth is distributed rather than concentrated, they instead are embracing continuing to have a high concentration of jobs, in particularly high income tech jobs. They're embracing that being concentrated and then pursuing what's a pretty futile approach to have the housing try to keep up with an ever explosive job growth in specific areas like our region. Now, we as a city have done some different things. And I think that what we should do is continue in a parallel track of pursuing what we think are good policies, which is a combination of moderating the rate of office growth and accelerating the rate of housing growth, and in particular concentrate on housing growth that the market doesn't do a good job responding to, low and moderate income housing. That's the only way that we make real progress. Unfortunately, the state central planning is driving in the opposite direction. When we look at the housing growth mandate, and maybe can we have that slide 3 again up from staff? Because we've had a number of speakers who have falsely claimed that Palo Alto has not met any of their housing categories, and we're in the 6th year of our RENA cycle, and on the market rate housing, we're actually ahead of pace. And but what we don't get is really the benefit of that toward helping the cost of housing for low and moderate income workers. So really to address the needs of a balanced society, socially and economically, we have to have a balance of housing to meet the job growth that is occurring. And for every high-tech job, the Bay Area Council did a study just a few years ago on a job multiplier index. It showed there are approximately 4 other jobs that are created. In a normal balanced economy without the sorts of disproportionate amounts of high income, high tech jobs that we have here, that would be viewed as a great thing. It would be an economic driver for a region. It's a disruptor here, a negative disruptor in our region. And it means that those other 4 jobs, which are for the most part lower income from that high tech job, those are the folks that are getting squeezed, and those are the folks who make up a balanced society. There are nurses and teachers and utility workers and retailers and service workers and everybody else that makes up a balanced society. And we've had a number of speakers talk about the need for greater social and racial equity in our region. Well, providing new high-income housing does not remedy past problems. We have to proactively look at having first a balance of supply and demand, and we have to actively pursue low and moderate income housing. And there are a few different ways to do it on that, and we've been pursuing them. Basically, through zoning, we can incentivize an upzone. We've done that to a degree of allowing, with our housing incentive plan, a higher density for low income housing than for market rate housing. But that doesn't allow the low income housing to compete effectively for land value, the very expensive land value in our region. So we either have to tweak that zoning more and or do other measures. We've had inclusionary zoning, and Palo Alto has been a leader in decades in inclusionary zoning. Unfortunately, many of our housing advocates have opposed both of those measures I should have said the measures to reduce the rate of high-tech job growth and office growth, and measures to have greater inclusionary zoning. But also then we ultimately need to have land available for low-income housing, and where possible, that can include either public land or specific zoning. That we haven't done is to upzone only for moderate and low-income housing, which is, I think, something that we have to look for in areas of our city. And lastly, and very high on the list, is the need for subsidies, and those come about through impact fees and through things like a business tax. So we have it. Mayor, are we planning on having another round?
Yeah, we're going to have another round, but again, I would try to focus on points for the appeal, or whether we should appeal.
Well, I've addressed that. Yes, I think we should do the appeal, but I think there's a certain futility to having any substantive impact from the appeal. The appeal that we should have is a political appeal. Our state legislators are the ones who really control what's happening here. These requirements are trickled down from those state mandates. And until the electorate expresses an interest in having a different set of state support and incentives, and not a one-size-fits-all that is a neoliberal approach to just adding supply and thinking it's going to trickle down to low and moderate income workers, it's futile. And it's going to continue to exacerbate our problems. We need a different set of approaches at the state legislative level. And that's the appeal that we need to most focus on. I'll come back to some
We will
other
have
things.
another round. Thank you. Councilmember Cormack.
Thank you, Mayor Du Bois. So 2 questions. The first is I'd like to understand a little bit more from staff about how other jurisdictions might challenge our allocation. So does any city in all of the Bay Area able to challenge ours? Could cities combine together to challenge ours? Does it have to be somebody who's next to us? Does it matter the county? Are there any rules, or is it just sort of, anyway, be interested in understanding more about how that might or might not work.
Yeah, this is a new requirement or a new opportunity this RENA cycle. So I'm not sure how it played out in Southern California. There may be folks on staff who know, but basically it's any jurisdiction within the Bay Area that's part of ABAG and HCD have the ability to appeal another jurisdiction's RENA numbers.
Okay. All right. Well, see how that plays out. And then my other question is about the resource impact of this. It's concerning that planning and attorney staff would be diverted from the housing element update process. I recall when we went through that there was some concern about the time frame and the pace. What would be the impact of moving your staffs, both of which are smaller than they used to be, onto this instead of working on the housing element?
Yeah, I think it depends on the well, let me, as I see Molly's
well, you can answer your part, and then perhaps the city attorney can answer hers. Yes. Okay.
Thank you. So you already know we're jammed up with a lot of things that we're trying to get done. The housing element is one part of it. We're trying to bring the NVCAP to you. We've got any number of policy initiatives that we're trying to advance and bring to the council.
Including one we spoke about earlier this evening.
Yes. So it's the same staff that's working on all of these things that would also be collaborating together to file the appeal. And that includes me and Assistant Director Tanner as well. So, I think to the extent that it's focused in on these technical discrepancies that we have, I think we could probably do that without, too much of an impact. But if the council had some other perspectives that required us to really make, complex or strong arguments related to things that might fall outside of the statutory criteria, then it becomes a little more challenging for us and would take more of our time. And we have to get the housing element done. So we're not going to not do that. But what it may mean is that some of these other policy initiatives that we're trying to advance just get delayed. And I'll let Molly speak to her side of the operation.
Yes, I second what Director Late said. We have a very small staff, and particularly in the planning arena, we don't, we just really have a single expert on our staff. And so what that means is limits our flexibility to shift things around. So, you know, we focus, we triage things, and we queue discretionary items when we're not able to advance everything at once. So we have to move first on things that do have deadlines. So this, if council were to indicate that you want an appeal, this would be a deadline driven item. And so other discretionary items, you know, would, you know, probably be queuing, then waiting for us to have that staff time to be able to work on those other things.
Yeah, well, I know that, you know, there is a queue already, so it's concerning to think that it would get longer. Thank you so much for that. That's helpful, although I remain concerned. I'll just say that I don't think doing futile things is wise. I just don't. I mean, there's times to stand on principle, but you know, we talk a lot about data, the data of our own experience, the data of the recent situation in Southern California. It doesn't suggest success. I'm not hearing our staff say that, you know, there's an opportunity for us to make a meaningful difference. In fact, a meaningful difference has already been made. So I'm not going to be supporting, you know, a futile attempt when our staff is already overstretched.
Might add, Councilmember Cormack, to supplement the responses from Director Late and City Attorney Stump. I think their responses were appropriate, and I think appropriately moderated in their willingness and recognition of kind of the objective measures by which diversion of focus, if that were or where focus is placed, would have an impact. I do also think it's relevant to note for the council that, as has been described, to the extent that the effort is considered somewhat futile, that it does have an emotional impact on the staff and everyone who is committed to doing what they can to produce housing, which includes the council. And so the impact that has on the motivation of the people that are involved in production, it will be impacted. And I think it's important to acknowledge that, and that be part of your thought process in deciding how there could effectively be something of a conflict with staff directed to go ahead and produce and support the generation of housing, while at the same time taking a defensive measure where, again, the point has been made, perhaps what's really needed is a political defense rather than working and expending extraordinary energy through the administrative process.
Councilmember Philseth.
Yeah, thanks. Sorry to do this. I wonder if I might have the screen again briefly. Have I got it there?
Yes.
Okay, so thanks. I'll try to be well under 5 minutes, I hope. Here's the numbers again, which Jonathan put up and I did before. Let me talk briefly about BMR and then market rate. First of all, you know, I think everybody knows that RENA BMR targets for all cycles have been a mirage for the region. That is, in the 2014 cycle, the region didn't even come close to meeting its BMR targets. The current cycle, nobody's even gonna come close to meeting their BMR targets. At least the region won't all, other than a couple tiny towns, right? And in the next cycle, I think everybody understands that we're not gonna come close to meeting our BMR targets either. I think everybody sort of expects that. And, you know, the reason is if you look at the regions, the Bay Area's targets, the Bay Area's RENA targets is between very low, low, and moderate income is 250,000 units. And the market rate target is actually much smaller, AMI, less than 200,000 units. There's only two ways to get BMR housing done, okay? One is you can do it with inclusion rates, or else you can subsidize it, because no private developer is going to build it without some way to pay for it, right? At a 15% inclusion rate, the Bay Area's BMR target would require 1.4 million market rate units to achieve that through inclusion rates, okay? Which is over 7 times the actual market rate target. So that's not going to happen, right? The other way to do it is subsidies. And it sort of depends on where you are a little bit. But Wilton Court cost us $370,000 per unit in subsidies. Plan Bay Area assumes between $350,000 and $400,000 per unit in subsidies to do that. So to do 250,000 BMR units with anywhere close to that is going to require approaching $100 billion in subsidies. And I think very few people expect that to happen. So the overwhelming likelihood is that the Bay Area and nearly all of its cities once again will fall well short of its BMR target. And it's, you know, and everybody knows that, and ABAG and MTC and HCD know that too. It's kind of a don't ask, don't tell kind of thing, but that's what it is. There's a second fundamental sort of emperor's new clothes problem, which is market rate. And we've talked about this a bunch in Palo Alto. Sorry for the eye chart, but, you know, a lot of the housing growth, especially the large housing growth in the Bay Area in the last several years, has been through these big mixed use projects that add lots of office space. They add a lot of housing, but they add so much more office space that they actually provide a negative housing to the region. And then I know everybody likes the Chronicle. There was a good article in the Chronicle about a week ago that went through a little bit of this, and there's a couple projects in Redwood City. And I don't mean to pick on Redwood City here, but this is the data they had in the article. 2 projects, Broadway Plaza and 1601 El Camino. Both of them produce about 500 housing units in terms of supply, but they produce so much office space that both of them produce about twice as much housing demand as they produce supply. And so we may say that, you know, these are sort of, you know, minor things, but they in fact aren't. So those 2 projects, they're going to come before the Redwood City, and if Redwood City approves them, those are going to account for a quarter of Redwood City's RENA target for 23 to 31, okay? So a quarter of their RENA target can be achieved in projects that produce negative housing for the region. In fact, they produce a negative housing of 2,500 housing units, which is a third, again, Redwood City's entire RENA target, okay? And so because the ABAG HCD RENA process tracks only supply, okay, new supply and not new demand created, it gives cities a perverse incentive, okay, to green light or even accelerate these large mixed use projects that increase nominal housing counts, but in fact worsen the region's overall housing problem. And you can see that here. So this is just some example. Pat already said that. This is just some data that sort of shows the magnitude of that. So a reasonable reform is that ABAG ought to track not just new supply creation, they ought to track new demand creation too, okay? Now I have no doubt that nobody in ABAG is going to be interested in doing that, but I think, you know, if we in a region are to get out of this, we got to sort of get out of this moral hazard problem where we're incentivizing cities, okay, to worsen the region's housing problem in order to meet their very large RENA targets. Now, there's a second issue here too associated with that. Now, I'm sure ABAG will say, well, we've counted some job growth into this and so forth. If you look at where the job growth is going on, okay, there's very little in Palo Alto because of the office caps. So the previous mixed use projects, that the Broadway Plaza and 1601 El Camino, you can't do those in Palo Alto because of the office caps. But there's heavy job growth along the 101 corridor, either Google and Mountain View, right? Broadway Plaza here from the previous page is close to 101, or the blockbuster here is the former Malibu Grand Prix site, which is up on the border of Redwood City and Belmont, right? Which is 2.4 million square feet of office, 10,000. That's having another third of a research park up there, okay? And no housing at all, okay? So if you put the housing for this further down the peninsula, first of all, there's no transit up there, okay? So the only way people are gonna get there from Palo Alto, and I happen to have College Terrace here, just coincidentally as the source here, is in their cars along 101, greenhouse gases, the whole commutes, vehicle miles traveled, the whole 9 yards. So that RENA ABAG HCD process incentivizes cities to do the wrong thing, okay, for housing, because they don't track demand creation as well as supply creation. So what should cities do? There's only one sane strategy for cities. One, balance their jobs and housing growth themselves, even if it means slowing job growth, which we have done, and with the goal of being a net housing provider to the region at some level. And two, shift as much housing growth as possible to affordable and low, i.e. low and moderate income housing, as the Vice Mayor said, in order to handle our community needs. Right? And I think we're gonna have to do this despite the state, okay? As opposed to because of it, because what they want us to do is actually works against this. I don't know that there's any basis for a RENA appeal on this. The RENA appeal process seems fairly technical at this point, but this is what we're going to have to do as a city, because the process imposed on the region has some really, really serious flaws. Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Koo.
Thank you for that, Councilmember Philseth. That was really informative. But and I also wanted to add that there is the violation of one of their own government codes, which states that it should look for incentives that will promote an improved intra-regional relationship between jobs and housing, and that it should be balanced. And even then, so they've just gone ahead and with their way of backwards thinking and not tracking has actually incentivized cities to produce more housing, to produce the housing with the office space in order to make it even more difficult. And with that, we're supposed to share in this dilemma, in this problem, not dilemma, in this problem that they've created. So just that alone, I think, well, not alone, but just that would be a challenge and an appeal that I would like to see. But also, I wanted to find out from our city attorney, Ms. Stump. I think at some time ago at one of our meetings, we asked if you would reach out to some of the other attorneys to see, what were some of the things that they had appealed on, and what might work and what might not work, and also if there's an opportunity of joining, as friends with their appeal.
Right. Thank you, Councilmember Koo. So I have been watching to some degree the developments in Southern California. Just to remind the public that Southern California is 1 year ahead of Northern California in this process. So it does give us the ability to watch what is going on further down the road, which is somewhat helpful and perhaps informative. My understanding is the legal challenges that have been filed, well, backing up, there's a set of appeals, which were in the great majority, none of them, very few of them, I think only a few, very small number, were granted by their version of ABAG. And there was also, I believe, one suit that was filed in the San Diego region, and the cities were did not prevail in the Superior Court. And I believe there's perhaps an appeal that may be going on to the next level of court. I also noticed, I think last week, there was some media out of Southern California that one of the cities that has very significant concerns about the RENA allocation had decided not to pursue legal action after consulting with their lawyers. So that's a sort of rough survey, and planning staff may have additional information about specific items down in the south.
Maybe Mr. Wong has some more information. I don't.
With the appeals in SCAG, the most information that I have is 2 out of 52 appeals were partially upheld, and one was because of environmental conditions where SCAG, the ABAG version of Southern California, had projected some housing below a dam, so there were some hazard issues, and so that was one reason why the appeal was partially upheld. But that's all the information I have about details of appeals.
Thank you. And I wanted to find out, and thank you, Ms. Stump, for that update. I also wanted to add that, we do have to look at, one of the things that ABAG and HCD has allocated those numbers is because they say a city may be in a high quality transit area. Now, has anybody looked into looking into our bus routes? And I mean, it can be determined as a high quality transit area. However, if it's just planned to be here, if it's in the planning stages, it shouldn't be counted as that. And can we get a determination from VTA or from one of our transportation entities to provide that information on how much of a high quality transit area we actually is. I do know, appeals going from Chino Hills, Huntington Beach, and Irvine, while their cities, there was the identification of high quality transit bus routes, the city never actually planned to do anything. So again, it's just designating it, and it hasn't been done. Now, the thing is, if these densities are put into place and we don't have these transit routes, or they're actually not high quality, then again, it doesn't address the greenhouse gas issue. So I would really like to see that, you do look into that. And then I hear Mr. Wong saying that, SCAG had filed an appeal based on geological challenges because they were near a dam or something. But there's also the inundation areas for, due to liquefaction. So I don't know, that should be something that should be examined. At the same time, I do want to say that I do hear you, Mr. Late, Ms. Stump, and Mr. Shikata, about the work that you have to do. I do think that, however, it would be, we wouldn't be conducting our due diligence not to look at this and go and exhaust our, exhaust what we can in order to appeal these unreasonable and unachievable numbers that has been allocated to the cities, not just to Palo Alto, but to everywhere. But right now we're concerned about Palo Alto. At the same time, I do agree that it is a political matter, and that us as council members, that we do have to speak to our representatives representing us at Sacramento. And I would encourage, all of their constituents should be doing the same thing. So I would support an appeal. I think that we do need to exhaust everything we can, whether it's a futile process or not. We do have a due diligence in making sure that these efforts are successful and not just to impose on cities, and most of them are unfunded. So there's really no funding coming in order to help us build all these affordable housings. And really, it should not be transferred as a parcel tax or as a bond to the residents in order for them to make it up. Thank you.
see. Councilmember Tanaka, do you have any comments before we start a second round?
No, thank you.
So I guess we'll start a second round. So I don't think anybody files an appeal with certainty of getting relief. That doesn't mean we shouldn't try. We have ended up with some adjustments after going through the process in the past. And I wanted to comment, I think, on what I heard the city manager say, that it can be difficult to work on creating housing and the housing element while also appealing. I think all of us need to be able to do this. We are really looking to advance affordable housing. And at the same time, I think we have a responsibility to the city to protect ourselves from a state override using all the means we can. And, I think we really are being assigned aspirational numbers. Councilmember Filsett used the phrase emperor has no clothes situation. That's exactly the way I was thinking about it. So I think we have to be pragmatic and try to get a realistic number. And we need to actually see if we can develop a realistic number based on kind of likely pace of development and likely development locations. But at the same time, I don't think there's a disconnect between trying to do that and also saying, 6,000 new units, which is, over 20% of our current housing stock, with a large amount of that being below market rate, that it's just not likely we're going to be able to achieve that. And I think we need to be able to kind of keep both of those things in our head at the same time. So I would like to see us appeal. I think there are the technical issues the staff has raised. I think we should mention COVID again. I was interested in the point that Councilmember Koo brought up about transportation changes. We don't have a local shuttle anymore. I don't know what assumptions they made in terms of VTA service or if it's just Caltrain service. But again, I just think it's kind of our duty to, again, try to protect the city. And if everybody's getting these numbers, some cities are getting kind of numbers that I think are more unachievable. And I think we're one of those cities and that we should try to appeal. But I do think we need to get specific. We've been talking about this for a good time now. So we should try to narrow in on what elements of an appeal we think would carry the most weight. And it doesn't preclude, this idea of a political appeal, but tonight I think we're trying to decide if we're going to go through this formal appeal process. All right, Vice Mayor Burt.
Yeah, so in response to your questions on the particular points of the appeal, I think the staff report actually lays them out well. So on pages 3 and 4, they really lay out that the basis that the appeal can be made, that ABAG failed to consider a jurisdiction's responses to a survey it issued in 2020, that local planning factors in accordance with RENA methodology, or that undermines the objective of the RENA process, and significant or unforeseen circumstances that requires revision of the local planning factor information. And really, we went through and substantiated much of that and documented on packet pages 109 and 110 in our responses to the Planned Bay Area blueprint. And when we look at that, much of that has to do with the jurisdiction level forecasted job growth and really the lack of recognition by ABAG of what we have done on restraining the rate of job growth, which is different from what many have characterized what we did, which was reducing jobs. That's not what we did. We've had a consistent pattern for 5 years of restraining the rate of office growth in particular. Needing that ABAG should be looking at job sectors with high telecommuting rates, in particular now going forward. That all the best thinking in the job patterns indicates that in the high-tech arena in particular, we will have a hybrid work pattern being the dominant work pattern. That is a very fundamental change, and it should be affecting how ABAG is allocating their housing allocations to different cities, and really realizing that the living pattern is changing along with the commute pattern. We also, as Councilmember Philseth pointed out, with this other cities in the region and their extremely high job growth going forward, that one of the fundamental flaws both in the ABAG allocations and by many of the housing advocates is not recognizing that 2/3 of the people who live in Palo Alto commute outward. And so adding housing only has a partial impact on reducing our job commutes for people who work here. And so the other points that were made in that same set of arguments that staff did on behalf of the flaws of the Plan Bay Area blueprint are really appear to be much of the substance of what we would have in the appeal. And I think it appears to me to be the foundation for much of the workload of our appeal. So I'd like to ask Director Late whether there's something off in what would be the building blocks for the appeal, and whether they aren't largely already laid out in a fair amount of detail and would need to be modified as opposed to being created from scratch for an appeal.
Thank you. I think that would be very helpful guidance if the council felt that the prior correspondence that we had transmitted to ABAG served as the basis for our appeal. We would try to align those to the statutory criteria and add the specific technical deficiencies that we think exist. And if that's the case, then I think that wouldn't require as much work if we're using that as our foundation and going forward.
Okay, great. I'm glad to hear that. I think that is that's the principal basis for what would be our arguments, and I think frankly that we had strong arguments a year and a half ago, but they've really been accentuated and reinforced to a great degree by what has happened in the transformation of work patterns that's occurring not just during the pandemic, but what is predicted by the best experts as likely transformations that will be lasting. And to my knowledge, ABAG and HCD have not accepted any portion of that reality to date. And that is a fundamental flaw, I think. So that would be what I would support in the appeal letter.
Councilmember Koo.
I just want to make sure, would you also support, I would like to see support in the letter, also a transit authority letter to let us know what are the routes that are being planned and that will be implemented in the city of Palo Alto. And that's got to do with reduction of greenhouse gases and taking cars off the street, and indeed that they're traveling within the city using public transportation. So I'd like to see that added in as well.
So I don't know if that was a question, and if so, who that was directed to. But if it's a part of the appeal, then I think I need a little bit more information as to how we wanted to ground that to the statutory requirements. I do think, you're asking a good question, but it might be one that we just need to engage the ABAG staff to get the answer to, and it may be something that follows along a parallel path as opposed to a basis for appealing arena numbers. I mean, we can try to get that information for you and pass it along to the council. I'm trying to understand the connection between that information and the arena appeal, unless I'm missing something.
So just correct me if I'm wrong, but when they assign these numbers, they include in their, the housing numbers, they also take into consideration whether you're in a high transit area, high quality transit area, along with their other designation of high opportunity areas, and all that. So would they have to use this category saying that we have high quality transit to increase our housing numbers?
So maybe I'll start, and Tim, I don't know if you want to join me on this. I do believe that was fundamentally part of the Plan Bay area analysis, is understanding where the high quality transit areas are. And I do think there have been some adjustments between the draft blueprint and the final blueprint to better align those systems and also greenhouse gas reductions. So there have been some changes that ABAG has accounted for. Tim, anything more that you'd like to add to that?
No, John, you pretty much covered it. As part of the RENA methodology, part of it was commute times, but I don't believe the city was ever defined as a high quality transit area. And actually, that was one of the reasons why we received some of the reduction from the draft blueprint to the final, because some of those housing units were transferred to high quality transit areas because we did not meet our GHG with the draft blueprint.
Okay, thank you for that explanation. But if we can still do what you suggested, Mr. Late.
Yeah, it's and correct me if I'm wrong, but so we would take that on as a sort of a parallel path in our ongoing conversation that we are having with ABAG to see if we can distill a little bit more information and pass that along to council.
Right, if council is okay with that.
Okay, yeah.
Councilmember Filseth.
Yeah, I'm still trying to get my brain through sort of the basis for an appeal, and it seems to me that that the relevant points, if they exist, have to do with transportation to where jobs are going to be, and have they really accounted for job growth reductions in Palo Alto as part of their process, or did they just pancake everything and make a bunch of assumptions and so forth? And, that said, I'm struggling a little bit with, I don't think they did a good job here, okay? But I'm struggling a little bit with what the outcome would be, okay? If the outcome is we ought to speak truth to power about the emperor, then I'm on board with that, okay? Because somebody needs to. I'm less interested in, less comfortable with the idea that we should be going to ABAG and saying, look, you should give some of our quota to Redwood City, for example. Redwood City is just doing what ABAG's incentivizing them to do, okay? It's not their deal, right? And to not be in that circumstance that, we take some of yours and give it to somebody else and so forth, that needs to, ABAG's getting some of their numbers, they're getting some constraints from HCD as well. So I guess I want to understand, I want to be comfortable with what it is we're trying to achieve here.
Councilmember Stone.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I like the direction that the Vice Mayor was going with as regarding the focus of this appeal. I am struggling with the kind of this balance of not wanting to have, especially given our budget and our staffing restrictions, an appeal that is ultimately destined to fail, if it is. but at the same time, I think the arguments that have also been made tonight regarding the principle of this decision, I think Councilmember Philseth, your PowerPoints tonight have been fascinating and very helpful, as well as pointing out the true just fundamental flaws behind ABAG and what it is that they're trying to accomplish. If the ultimate goal is truly to create more housing, and with a particular focus, especially with this cycle, for affordable housing, we're all going to fail in meeting those quotas, and then we're subject to what is certain to be more top-down government mandates that are going to continue to promote more market rate housing at the expense of actual low-income housing. And so I think there is definitely I think the staff has laid out some really strong arguments for flaws in the ABAG process and the calculations that I think provide us a reasonable opportunity to be able to make some headway. And I think that is something that we should pursue, and to be able to show that we're not satisfied with a flawed process just because we're afraid to take on this fight. And what I liked about the vice mayor's kind of direction there was, from the way I understood Director Lade, and you can correct me if I misunderstood you, a comment that you made earlier, that if we're not trying to reinvent the wheel here, if we're trying to use arguments that have already been kind of prepared by staff, that wouldn't take on I can't remember the exact word you used, but it didn't seem like it would be too onerous on staff. And so I think if we can kind of find that narrow focus on what this appeal is going to be based on the work that staff has already addressed. I think if there are strong arguments, like Councilmember Koo brought up, yes, they should be included. But if we can have that more narrowed focus, then I think this appeal is something that's worth doing.
Yeah, and so maybe just to respond to that, as I'm understanding the vice mayor in your comments, we have a letter signed by the mayor that the council gave us direction on before, that articulated a number of our concerns. We would take those concerns and we would try to batch them into one of the three statutory criteria, along with the new work, which is, and here's our technical data discrepancy concerns that we have, and that would be under statutory criteria number 2. And so we wouldn't try to reinvent the wheel. We've got the arguments. We may repackage it a little bit, but it's already substantively been, communicated. So that's what I'm hearing, and that would not take an extraordinary amount of work.
Let me go ahead and just try to get that out as a motion. So I would move that we have staff draft an appeal letter based on staff's identified technical errors and elements from the January 21st letter. Is there a second for that?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Did the clerk capture that? Maybe they could put it up. Is the city clerk still here? Oh, there we go. Thanks. Sorry. Yeah. So just to speak to this real quick, looking at this previous letter, I think there are several points, the office cap, the request for jurisdiction level data, the impact of telecommuting. There were legal requirements that were cited by some members of the public to that through this process they should provide projected jobs and housing relationship, and as well as a handbook that kind of describes this. So I don't know, it may be useful to look at that letter that refers to these specific legal requirements. And that may be a way to map some of these things in the January 21st letter to kind of real issues. Again, I think we've been asking them to take into account our office caps and other things that we're doing, but I don't think they come back and explain to us how they're forecasting job growth in Palo Alto. Yeah, you know, then we have on page 110, the impact of COVID. Page 111, the asking for jurisdiction level modeling results. So again, I think if staff can just kind of repackage that technically, it sounds like that's the best we can do, and you know, I'd be supportive of that. Vice Mayor Burt, do you want to talk to your second?
I think you've captured it well. So I think this is a good balance of the proper points to make and not overburdening staff to do so.
Does anybody want to comment on the motion? Councilmember Stone?
Yeah, I think this, I thank the maker and the seconder for this motion. I think this captures the proper balance that we're really looking for here. And I think it's important for people to understand this isn't, at least the way I see this isn't Palo Alto objecting to our responsibility to build housing and affordable housing. This is just making sure that the process is proper and that the methodology is correct, because these are large targets that are going to have serious consequences throughout the next housing cycle and beyond. So we need to make sure that they get it right. And I'm hopeful that at least this is moving us in the right direction. So I'll be happy to support it.
Councilmember Koo?
Yes, I'm also happy to support. Thank you for the motion to Mayor and Vice Mayor. I just want to add that, you know, in addition to some of the things that you mentioned to look at, I really think that ABAG and HCD needs to come back and provide, you know, meaningful examination of improving interregional job housing balance. Based on what Councilmember Philseff's chart and analysis that he has done, you know, they haven't been tracking any of the supply and demand they haven't been tracking any of the housing. They haven't been tracking the number of jobs that it produces. So it would be really prudent for them to show that they are improving intra-regional job and housing, that improving that relationship and the balance, and how is it dispersed, you know. So that is something that I would like to see too. And if I may ask the maker and the seconder to consider and add that as well.
Well, I think it's in the letter. I don't know if you're looking at that in your packet, but like there's a point on explain the distinction and overlap between the methodology for the regional growth forecast used by the Department of Finance and HCD. I mean, again, I think some of this jurisdiction level data that we were asking for is getting to your point. So I think the more you can just clarify so that staff understands what you're asking for. And then the last page, regional growth strategies, mapping and modeling accuracy. I think that is what you were talking about.
Partially, yes, I'd like to see those. But through the years of them imposing these RHNA housing numbers on all of the cities and in the region, how has it balanced our jobs and housing? Is there a chart to show all of this, that there is actually balance? Or, I mean, if I'm just looking at Councilmember Philseff's chart, it shows that they've actually produced more jobs based on their housing incentives. So I think, you know, if that's what, if that's in the letter and it gets us that, then it at least helps us justify what they're giving us. But right now, there's still a question about whether their incentives are bringing balance to the region or even to the state. You know, that's the whole point. In addition to all of that, they want affordable housing, but the housing is not getting affordable. Through the years, there is also the need to track how much more higher percentage-wise the appreciation has gone up because of these upzoning needs that they have imposed on each of the cities. I mean, I think maybe those are some of the data points that would be prudent to get from them so that we can actually determine whether this entire Plan Bay Area 2050 or whatever it's going to be is actually doable and sustainable.
I'm just trying to map. I'm trying to map your comments to an appeal of our 6,000 allocation. Like that's what this appeal is focused on.
Well, I was just hoping that they can also re-examine what they are saying so that we can use our appeal to have them re-examine their methodologies and also their data, their past history data, and whether it is successful, what they're imposing on everybody is successful or not, or just creating more homelessness and poverty. In any case, if it's already in there, then I accept it. But I just thought that more of this information should be forward-coming.
Not seeing any more hands. Can we go ahead and vote on this motion?
Oh, I'm sorry. Can I, Mayor?
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
So just to clarify procedurally, staff will work on this and we will prepare it for the city manager's signature. Is that satisfactory, or we're not going to have time to go back to the council with the breaks and all this taking place during July probably. So just need a clarification on that point.
Are we going to be able to get a draft out that council can see before it goes out?
It would be late June, probably, before we would have a draft and not probably final, but
Mayor?
close.
Yes.
I think it's within our normal protocols for, based on the motion and the guidance given, for the mayor to be able to review it and sign it on behalf of the council, if it's consistent with the guidance that we've provided.
I think that's how we did the last one too, Vice Mayor, with then Mayor Scharf, I think, being involved in it.
Just to put a fine point on it, was it part of the motion to delegate that responsibility to the mayor? I think that would be helpful, just to be explicit that that's a part of the expectation.
I'd be glad to add that, although it's within our normal protocols, but let's go ahead and add that to say that that the letter would be reviewed and approved and signed by the mayor based upon the guidance in the motion. That seemed reasonable, Mayor?
Yeah, again, I thought that was our process, but yes. Not seeing any hands. I'm gonna try to move to the vote. Starting with Councilmember Stone.
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka.
No.
Vice Mayor Burt.
Yes.
Councilmember Cormack.
No.
I'll vote yes. Councilmember Filseth.
Yes.
Councilmember Koo.
Yes.
Okay. So that passes on a 5-2 vote with council members Tanaka and Cormack voting no. Okay, we are at council member questions, comments, and announcements. If anybody has anything since yesterday. I did forget, I had one thing. I had a meeting with the chairs of all the boards and commissions, something we talked about, our new board and commission handbook. So it was good. It was a good forum. We talked about meeting management, talked about the work plans, which all of them are working on. And probably the most interesting thing was UAC realized they're the only ones that do not have a retreat. So they may be starting a retreat. Anyways, it was good to start. I hope it'll be something that we will continue. Okay, I don't see any other hands. So thank you guys for meeting 2 days in a row, and meeting adjourned. Night.
Night.